I hope everybody can hear me. They might not be able to. Hang on. Oh, nope, you guys can hear me. Hi, guys. How are you? I'm all right. The jury's still out on whether or not I have very bad allergies or just a mild cold. It could be, well, it's March in Georgia, so it could be either. Excuse me, I have hiccups. Hi, Texas. Um, White hold. Oh, yes. Go to sleep if it's 1 a.m. where you are. Thank you. You are here with us in spirit. Hey, Rex. I'm a waffle. Hey, Rex. Hey, Tex. Hey, Cubo. Hello, everybody. Guess what? Oh, what happened? Also, apologies in advance for the sneezing and snuffiness. I put a little tiny bit of makeup on because I've just had a terrible, terrible sinus thing going on all day today. And I had to film a video, and then I also had the stream tonight, which I'm glad to be doing. It's a good distraction from feeling generally just blech. But I did put on a little bit of makeup because, you know, my nose was all red and looked like I had hay fever, because I probably do. And so I just it's already gone. I sat down and filmed, and I was just like, all of the nose work is done, is gone. My children spent the afternoon in the closet. Oh no! Because Texas in the spring. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it gets easier for you guys. I hope you don't have any I hope you all stay safe. Also, I'm about to start doing more online shopping. Yay! Online shopping is such a dangerously convenient thing, isn't it? I love online shopping, but I'm also just like, ooh, I have the ability, now that I have adult money, to make some really poor financial choices. Yes, we're glad you and your family are safe. I'm sorry your kids are stressed. I remember being a kid, and you know, people don't really think about Georgia as having tornadoes, and I'm sure it's worse out in Texas and closer to Tornado Alley, but we definitely grew up with a lot of tornadoes. And I remember like having to camp out in our little powder room in our little house that we grew up in, and I was just like, it was always so scary. But then because I'm me and I'm a weird kid, there was always this thrill of like, woohoo, this is like a movie. Yeah, I just hate shopping. Even online shopping, like I hate shopping at a store because I hate like putting pants on and going outside. But I like shopping like on my couch. Hey, Ellery. Fort Worth got it bad. Oh no, maybe one tornado. No one knows yet. Oh, I'm so sorry for them. Definitely stay safe. Keep us updated. Oh my goodness. Yeah, everybody coming in, I'm gonna give the same warning. I'm sorry if I sound a little under the weather. It's because I either have very bad allergies or a mild cold. It could be either. I'm all hopped up on Benadryl, so hopefully I don't fall asleep on live stream. Jay, hey Ray, how's it going? I'm good, Jay. How are you? I was telling Gabe the other day. I was texting Gabe, and I was like, Gabe, I had such bad allergies the other night. I had to take a Benadryl, and I thought I was gonna fall asleep on stream. And he's like, okay, that would have been funny, but also I would have felt really bad for you. I didn't though. I'm good. So yeah, today let's center this. Oh, the video that I filmed literally right before I got on to stream. I literally got up, turned the camera off, switched the mic input to the thing that allows it to go into the stream so it can be heard, and I turned off the camera and just plugged it into the computer, and here we are. So I literally just got done filming a video about episode 2 of Once Upon a Time, so that's coming. Hey, Adriel. I was messing around with an AI chatbot and made me cry by being too supportive of my life. Oh, Ellery, I'm so sorry. That's totally something I would do. Just for like the hell of it, just to be like, what can this bot do? And it's like, I need to go to therapy. Oh god, sorry. Apologies. I remember the last time I was really, probably not the last time, a couple years back when I had just moved into this room, you guys might remember, I did that video on Mom's Got a Date with a Vampire, and in that video, I have terrible, terrible allergies, because it was filmed in fall, and I have terrible, terrible ragweed allergies, so that was happening, and I remember it was the first time that any of my videos, like, did anything close to, like, blowing up. That was a video that a lot of people found me through back in the day. And I just remember this one, like, online troll being like, "You sound sick, cringe," and I was just like, I'm so sorry, to have disappointed you by being sick. Yay, more Once Upon a Time. Yes, I love doing Once Upon a Time. You guys like watching Once Upon a Time. It got good viewership, so, you know, we're just gonna keep on that train. I've told my brother I'm gonna just let the special interest just kind of guide me, so that, because that's when I get the most amount of creativity out, is when I'm just like, I don't feel like I need to do any specific time sensitive thing. I'm just doing the things that I like. So, not that there's anything on the channel that I did that I like hated making or anything. I love what I do, but, you know, just like, if you're making a commentary video about stuff, at least for me, with the inability to focus a lot of the times, I feel like I need to really, really be into what I'm talking about. Shopping, sometimes online shopping, no one's judging you. Yeah. Yeah, whatever you like. If you don't like online shopping, you probably have made better financial choices than I have. I say that being like a super frugal person. This is from a thrift store. Most of my clothes are thrifted. My teacher was watching season 3, episode 1 of Stranger Things, and I remember you were in the... Yes, you can see me on the escalator. That was fun. You can also see me, I didn't notice this until the last time I recently went back and watched Stranger Things with my brother. You can see it in, you can see me in the, at the 4th of July carnival right before Hopper runs into the House of Mirrors. And I was like, who's that short, sad girl with a butt? Oh, that's me! I was selling the bot about my writing goals and how I felt like giving up, and it told me all creative expression is valuable and no writing is inherently garbage. Oh, cute. Sometimes you just have to go where the ADHD takes you. Yeah, it's like currents in the ocean. You know, any skilled swimmer knows not to fight the currents. Any person who is got an ADHD diagnosis knows not to fight their special interests waves. Hillary, that's so sweet. I actually, for the first time in over a year, did some creative writing for a project that I've been thinking about doing for a long time. And will anybody see it? Probably never. But it felt really cathartic just to, like, do something for the sake of doing it, you know, just because I wanted to. Speaking of writing, let's look at the back of this book. He loves me not. He loves me. He does. He really does. You better not be talking about your abusive boyfriend. I hope. I'm not blaming you, Amalia. I'm just saying, ooh, don't do that to Amalia, writers. The character she played was her. Maya Hawke plays in Moon Girl and DD. Oh, I didn't know that. My entire morning routine a few days ago because I suddenly got the urge to work on my novella. Sometimes it'd be like that. I have a couple projects. 2 of them I want to publish, but one is just private wish fulfillment. Yeah. I mean, I am that person that thinks that everything and I think this is universal for all creatives. We tend to, like, the people who are most passionate about creating things are just like, but what if it's bad? And everybody else is like, so what? It's not the end of the world if, like, you put out something that's not the greatest thing of all time, and it's probably gonna be good. My brother's always like, just show people, Jesus. So I know that feeling. All right, so we are reading Amalia Diary 2. This is book 9 in the California Diaries. I think I saw somebody earlier in chat as I was getting on asking how many books are in this particular series. 15. 15 in the California Diaries series. This series is an offshoot of the Babysitters Club, so, you know, hundreds in the extended universe of Babysitters Club, but in this specific series, dealing with this specific arc of these characters, 15. 3 diaries from each of the 5 main characters. Your PI video was great. I'm so sorry. So guys, I didn't realize until I sat down to record my video that I just straight up lost my my sound footage from that day. So we had to make do with what we had. I was like, I'm sorry. I swear that's the last time some of my tech malfunctioned. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, everybody, if you haven't seen Daniel and I, we're doing the collaboration between the two of our channels on Phantom Investigator. So we each put out a new video in that series. So now there's 6 videos on Phantom Investigator. You can find the collaboration playlist linked on my homepage, and it will ping pong you back and forth, because so far there's 3 on my channel and 3 on Daniel's. So go check that out if you like stop motion. Excuse me. B movies, that kind of thing. You'll love it. Majora's Mask 3D just to finally get a complete 3D Zelda. Oh my god, my brother loves Zelda. My brother is like, if I come on the channel, will you play Legends of Zelda? I'm like, let me at least get through Kingdom Hearts first. I can't be suffering through 2 games at the same time. For some reason, my button on the Stream Deck that's supposed to let me mute and unmute is just not doing its job. I don't know why. Interesting, though. You can find them on the Box Cutter Podcast YouTube channel. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Do all the likey, subscribey fun things. But yeah, we're gonna read this book. Let me log that we're starting to read it in the old Goodreads. Do you know that yesterday was our 70th book we've covered? Hey, Milo. Welcome. Oh, I should probably share this on the subreddit. Let me do that really quick, too. I know. Yay. Oh, I need to add everyone. I feel so guilty. Even my brain is just like, don't add everyone. All right. In The Sims Hyperfocus, and now I cannot stop. Ooh, I've been there. Flipping it. I saw that. I rebuke it in the name of the Lord. Do you remember that clip that went viral on TikTok like last year where the lady was on Family Feud and she was like, Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. 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 And then Steve Harvey just looks completely confused. It was very funny. Hi, Chihiro. And at least one Zelda game. I was just trying to do character creation for my story. And I love your hair today. Thank you. Pro tip. If you kind of just do some pigtails with like the top layer of your hair, it takes 2 seconds and everybody's like, wow, you're so fancy today. I'm big on things that make me look fancy but don't take fancy amounts of time, you know what I mean? I think about Holy Spirit activate all the time. Like, imagine if it worked like that. I know, right? Trading Spouses was fucking unhinged. It just was. I used to love Trading Spouses. It was so messed up. One of those shows where you watch it and you're like, my family might be a little bit off the rails, but we're not like this off the rails. I'm still sick. I'm sorry, Chihiro. You're not alone. I'm under the weather. I don't know if it's a cold or if it's just really bad allergies. If it's allergies, I have never had allergies this bad before. But if it's a cold, it's like the most mild sickness, like infection I've ever had. So what was I saying? Holy Spirit activating? Yes. Okay. The author gratefully acknowledges Peter Lorangis. I've said his name multiple ways, and I think I've been wrong every single time. I'm sorry, Peter. I believe for his help preparing this manuscript. Yeah, I believe that's the ghostwriter. He's written at least 2 of the other books. He wrote the first Sunny and the first Ducky. I think he writes all of the Ducky books. He's a good writer. I like the books that are Peter's. The Peter books are pretty solid usually, but we'll see. Okay. Let's just I always when we're jumping in, I always hear Linguini from Ratatouille's voice in my head going, "Let's do this thing." The Oh, you guys, the funniest thing just came. So I found for like just like $4, I think, 4 or 5. Somebody was selling their 1953 Girl Scout handbook, and I was like, well, that's a video, and it came today, and it is hilariously outdated, and I just was so giddy. So I guess that's my next big video once I'm done with the Sailor Moon thing. Once I have time. What am I looking for? Amalia. There we go. All right, we are officially publicly reading Amalia, Diary 2. California Diaries, Book 9. We shall do this thing. Yes, that's amazing. All these book covers look like R&B covers. Amalia is just, I think just a generally underrated character. I think it's very fun. I like how she doodles, so we get these fun little doodles in her notebooks. Metal vibe from this one. This is like, this is giving Bad Omens. I can see this. Or like a dark pop, you know? Astrid and Patrick, welcome. On a scale of 1 to 10, how outdated is it? Well, I just flipped, this is the 1953 Girl Scout handbook. I just flipped through it, so I haven't done any actual, like, tangible reading of it yet. But, like, you know, there are girls, like, out there depicted, like, camping in, like, full-length skirts, and, you know, girls are always supposed to be prim and proper, and, you know, it's very, like, gendered. Oh gosh, hang on. There's also a couple parts where I was just like, oh, that sounds racist. I'm not gonna put that in the video when we cover that. But yeah, you know, 1953, literally a 70-year-old book, so I'm just very excited. I think it's the perfect opportunity to do, I haven't done 50s content in a while. I haven't done, nearly as much, like, out of the office baking, crafting videos as I wanted to, so I think this will be a fun video. I'm not exactly sure what form it's gonna take, but we shall see. All right, Wednesday, 9/23. Ooh, when did what was Dawn's first book started when? I guess September, right? So now we're officially, like, it's been a year. It's been a year in book time. Wednesday, 9/23, study hall. End book, you are not going to believe what magazine I have in front of me. Teen Zine. I hate teen zine. 99% of the articles are about guys and zits. How to tell them apart might be a truly useful piece. I know I should be doing H work, not wandering around the periodical rack, but I'm bored. Anyway, my eye catches a title on the cover right under "Where Your Favorite Celebs Shop and Banish That Blemish." You don't have who was into teen magazines as a kid. I never bought them, but my friends, when we would, like, go to, like, youth group things, would all have them, and I would be like, ooh, let's do the quizzes in them. You don't have, oh boy, we're already gonna go to kitten cam very quickly tonight. Again, let me put up on the screen. Probably should have some trigger warnings, because trigger warning, among other things, ED is going to come up a lot in this book. I don't want anybody to be caught off guard by that. There's that. And there's that. There we go. And I need to resize that because it looks wrong. I love magazine quizzes. Facebook quizzes a few years on, they were all so silly. They were so silly. The BuzzFeed quizzes were so stupid but so funny. In the good old days of YouTube, where content consisted of, hey, let's do a YouTube quiz. That's content. Good times. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna actually move it up in the corner just so that it's out of our way, so you can actually see the book but still be warned. There we go. All right. Oh, your water broke again today. No hot water for you. I'm sorry. Transformers and Spider-Man. Valid special interest. You must have loved, if you've ever been to Universal Studios, the Transformers ride and the Spider-Man ride are both great, and they're very similar to each other. These are not my cup of tea. I shall leave. Goodbye. Stay safe. All right. Here's the headline of the magazine, the teen magazine that she's reading. You don't have an ED, but your friend does. Well, maybe I can't help but think about Maggie. She is so thin, and book, much thinner than when I first met her, and she doesn't eat a thing at lunch. I'm leafing through the article. It's full of headings and subheadings and testimonials from kids who have survived all these disorders. Extreme cases, anorexic. Ooh, yeah, anorexic, who have almost starved themselves to death. Balloons who wrecked their digestive systems from growing up too much. Sorry, I know. These books get real. I'm so sorry. And has to go home. I swear I thought I saw the cockroach. I think I'm just having PTSD. BuzzFeed videos, and then everyone funny quitter got fired, and so I stopped watching. The fact that they didn't protect their IPs is wild to me, because BuzzFeed absolutely went under because they did not stop people from just being like, all right, this is a fun IP. I'm taking it. Not saying that they shouldn't have done that. I'm glad they got to get out from under BuzzFeed, but it was a bad move on BuzzFeed's part. Gross. I hate it. The cold or allergies, not BuzzFeed. I read about binge eating. I read about disorder, out of control eating, anorexia athletica, starving yourself because you're preoccupied with exercise, night eating syndrome, starving during the day but binge eating at night, nocturnal sleep related disorder, starving during the day but eating in a half asleep, half awake state. Suddenly I feel very full. The article's pretty hopeful, though it talks about successful treatments, kids who have gone on to lead normal lives, etc. Okay, what about Maggie? Anorexic or just nervous? Stomach. I don't know. Is it time for kittens? I think it's already time for kittens. Let me pull this up. No, live stream, YouTube. I want... Oh, I'm gonna mute it because they're loud. But oh, they're so cute! Stop it right now. I'm doing the thing where I stick my tongue out when I'm trying to concentrate. Sorry. Release the kittens. Outside of Canada, but I basically know the biology. The Transformers, that's cool. Let's see. Display capture. Hello, I am back. Are we back? Are we back? What's happening? Are we back? What's happening? Oh, God. Sorry, guys. I broke it trying to get kittens up. That's a very me thing to do, isn't it? Okay, we're back. Okay, good. Excuse me. Oh, God. Sorry, guys. Okay, now that we're back. Well, I guess since I'm already a mess, if I start crying today, I'm not gonna have to worry about, whoop. Why is this? Ah! Why do I have a second stream going? What's happening? That's not what's supposed to be happening. Hang on. Hang on, guys. I fucked everything up. Are you guys seeing bad ghosts? It's not even the ghost this time. It's just me. Are you guys seeing 2 streams on my channel? I'm seeing 2 streams, and I'm like, what the hell? It's... No. Manage videos. Hang on, guys. Figure this out. What? Introducing podcasts in Studio. You can now create and manage podcasts in... What? What kind of newfangled technology? Okay, that's fine. We're fixed now. Let me get... That was weird. I was seeing 2 live streams, and I was like, what is that? What? Anyway. I was, like, seeing one that was, like, Avery talks about stuff, live stream, just, like, a live stream holder thing, and then one that was the actual stream. Did I not put... I didn't put the real thumbnail. God damn it. Okay. One thing at a time. I can do this. Let's go here. Get kittens on the camera. Hey, Andre, welcome. You haven't missed much because I started reading, I read a page or two, and then I broke everything by accident, which, what else is new? So, why am I freezing? Ah! Okay. I'm back. Okay. I don't know what happened. Sorry. My I have a little bit of a cold, or allergies. Why? I was like, why? It was because she was on The Gifted. Oh yeah. Yeah. The Gifted was fun. Okay. Sorry. Getting the warnings back. Getting that back. Like that and like that. And now let me get kittens. And then we can go back to reading. Sorry, guys. Ah. Hi, Cameron. Let's see. Talk about Cameron. Oh my god. All right. Sorry, guys. Let's go back here. I'm going to change my thumbnail to be the right thumbnail, because sorry, I made a thumbnail, and then I just didn't put it up, I guess. I thought I did. Okay. Okay, we're back. Yeah, it's back. We're back. Every time I try to turn on the kitten cam, it just crashes. So it's like, all right, OBS doesn't want to run that many things right now, I guess. Why? I have no idea. But let's just continue. After I get a tissue. Okay. Let's see. Suddenly I feel very full. The article is pretty hopeful, though. It talks about successful treatment, kids who've gone on to lead normal lives, etc. Okay, what about Maggie? Anorexic or just nervous? Nervous stomach, I don't know. Bedtime, 10:30 or so. Cut out from Teen Zine September issue. How I can tell if my friend has an ED. Answer yes or no. Is your friend preoccupied with food? Is she preoccupied with her? Is he preoccupied with his appearance? Does she take frequent trips to the restroom? Have you noticed your friend purchasing large amounts of food that vanish quickly? Have you noticed the smell of vomit in the restroom after he has used it? Has your friend lost weight, gained significant amount of weight, developed a severe diet or abnormal eating habits, remained dissatisfied with her weight despite the weight loss, become socially isolated and or depressed? 3, 4, and 5 came out no, but in this questionnaire, all the EDs are lumped together. 3, 4, and 5 refer to bulimia, which Maggie definitely doesn't have, and binge eating, which I've never seen her do. Every other question and book is a yes. So according to that, Maggie may actually have anorexia. Oh my god, just say they. I know, right? Just say they. Just say they, or at the very least, just do that thing where they consolidate the she. So it's like S dash he. So it's like one thing. Like, Jesus, just say they. Did my hair thing break? My hair thing broke. This is how unruly my hair is. Take that, Tookie. Alright, the cute hair is going away. Hang on. Yeah, they were trying so hard to be like gender neutral without knowing at all how to be gender neutral. Does he, she, does they, do they, does she, he, does the, it's like, oh my gosh, stop. Quickly, post cat post cat emojis. We need emergency cats. We need emergency cats, and OBS won't let me do cats. Gender neutral pronouns are simple. Yeah, they're very simple. People want to make them sound complicated, but they're not. All right. Hold it. Don't jump to conclusions, Vargas. These magazines exaggerate. I can't believe she's that far gone. 11:53 p.m. Sleepless in Palo City. Yes, I can. Oh. Me, zonked but determined. Thursday, 9:24, 7:30, 4 a.m. Jesus, excuse me. I will talk to Maggie. I will talk to Maggie. I will talk to Maggie. She draws over here. You know what I wish, N-Book? This is 5:01 p.m. I wish I knew how to talk. I mean, really talk. Not blabber. Express what's on my mind with the right words in full sentences. Same. The way Sunny and Dawn do. And of course, well, not the way Dawn does. Don't aspire to be Dawn. And of course, the way my beloved sister, Saint Isabel the Perfect, does. Maybe I should just draw everything I want to say. Stop talking completely, then I'd stay out of trouble. Today, for instance, Maggie and I hang out at the Vista Hills Mall. After reading that article, I'm looking at her differently than I used to, noticing things like, one, she's constantly gazing at herself in mirrors and sucking in her stomach, such as it is. Two, she changes the subject when I suggest a snack at the food court. 3, she's been really weird about clothes. We're browsing in a Carswell haze. I find this retro 70s skirt very cool, very Maggie. So I hold it up. She feels the material and makes a face. Then she says, too clingy, and turns away. I'm not expecting this reaction. I mean, clingy dresses are made for figures like Maggie's, and size 4 is plenty big for her, anyway. This is what I mean, and Book, she thinks she's too fat. I'm thinking that this is bizarre, is this bizarre or what? Yeah, the 90s are retro now. Also, there's no rhyme or reason for women's clothing sizes, so if she's a size 4 in the 90s, then she's probably like a 00 in today's day and age. You won't become Dawn. She's the antithesis of a good... That's true. Amalia is too great to be Dawn. Amalia joined the dark side, which we call Dawn. The Dawn side. But it's not bizarre at all. It's typical behavior of an anorexic. I'm sorry, the book's words, not mine. I know that from the article. So, time to talk, right? Right. But I don't want to be obvious. I figure I'll lead into it gently, in a roundabout way. I talk about clothes, I talk about movies, TV, CDs, homework. We have a lovely conversation about nothing. Then we go home, and now I feel like a total chicken. Me, loudmouthed, opinionated, honest Amalia. What is wrong with me? I still love the way she does her E's. It's just 3 lines. 5:21. James is wrong with me. That's what. He changed me, made me guarded, cautious. James is the abusive ex, by the way. So trigger warning for that. True, we didn't go out for very long. True, I broke up with him when he turned into an abusive jerk. But you know what, N-Book? Breaking up is the wrong phrase. You don't break. Not totally. When the breakee still wants to get back together and sends you notes and puts little unwanted gifts in your locker and stares at you in the hallway and generally makes your life tense and miserable, after a while, the fire is sucked out of you. Well, no more. Today I stopped feeling sorry for myself. Face it, Vargas, things aren't as bad as they used to be. James is fading. The notes have stopped. He's losing interest, which is exactly what I wanted. No more excuses. It's back to the old Amalia. And this is her running into a phone booth and coming out as Super Amalia, I assume, or whatever her superhero name is. Sailor Amalia, I guess we could call her. My thoughts about Maggie. She says it's never too late to talk to her. I say I'll take her to dinner at Body Soul Joy. And she says I'll drive you. I'm so glad I have a mom like her. I'm so glad Amalia is here to be the friend thinking. The Dawn Society. Oh yeah, no, he's a total stalker. He's a total stalker. What did he do? He lit like a doll or something on fire in her front lawn at the end of the last one of her books. So I call Maggie right away. BSJ is super macrobiotic, low fat, etc., and I'm sure it's about the only restaurant she'll even think of entering. She says no thanks, but I insist, and I win. We're meeting there at 6:30. Between now and then, I'm going back to that teen zine article, especially the section about how to talk to your friend. Details tonight, 9:27 p.m. Everything's perfect. We get a table outside of the sidewalk, on the sidewalk, where we can people watch. Leonardo DiCaprio is our waiter. Well, a clone anyway. The smells from the kitchen are making me drool. I'm a little nervous. The truth is, even though Maggie and I have become pretty good friends, we're just not that close yet. We've never really confided in each other. I'm trying to ignore all that as Leo brings our menus. They're just calling him Leo. All right, look at what she drew. Let's see. The Hawaiian stir-fried chicken is great, but that's good too. A few minutes later, you first, I can't decide. Nothing for me right now, is what she wrote. Maggie, are you okay? In the next panel. And then Maggie just looking. Oh, poor Maggie. She's embarrassed, uncomfortable. I'm remembering all the stuff I read in Teen Zine. I'm supposed to focus on Maggie, not on her eating. Ask questions for clarification. Be supportive and caring. Understand that recovery is her responsibility, not mine. Use I statements. I feel like I'm losing you. I'm afraid you're going to hurt yourself. All true. I'm not supposed to nag, criticize, pry, control, give advice unless asked, give you statements like you need help, especially stay away from you're too thin. This is encouraging her, telling her what she wants to hear. Also for future reference, if she starts gaining, don't say you look good with some extra weight. She'll just lose the weight. Again, don't say that to anybody, regardless. Just don't say that to anybody. James is a serial killer in the making. There are so many boys with J names in these books. It is impossible to keep straight. It's always the J names, isn't it? No, I'm just kidding. Get over here and bring the light arrows. We're going to kick some piece of it. Right? My brother would love the Legend of Zelda references. That's all. Endbook, it's easy enough to write this stuff, but try to remember it while you're having a conversation. Impossible. Everything's jumbling up in my head. I'm totally tongue-tied. It doesn't help that practically the whole restaurant can hear us. And they're like they're not even 14 yet, so this is like a lot to put on for a friend to have to worry about. Hi, Tarfield Owl. So I stand up and take her arm and we both leave. Leo gives us a dirty look, but hey, he'll get over it. Maggie doesn't say a word until we reach the little park at the end of the block. We sit on a bench near some sad-looking hedges. Ooh, I just thought of something. I'll say it at the end of this because this is a very serious scene. I don't want to interject with something funny in the middle. Maggie doesn't say a word until we reach the little park at the end of the block. We sit on a bench near some sad-looking hedges. Okay. She's thinking, don't be caring. You're not eating. She's thinking, be caring, don't criticize. Okay, let me try this again. It's formatted. She's thinking, be caring. So she says, you're not eating. She's thinking, don't criticize. So she says, but that's okay. Ask clarifying questions. But why? Don't pry. You don't have to tell me. And then Maggie just says, huh? Maggie, you're not yourself. And she thinks, no you statements. It's a food thing, isn't it? Loud mouth, she says to herself. And then Maggie says, yeah, I guess it is, Amalia, but don't tell anyone. Oh. Hi, Anton. Just like that, N-Book, she admits it. A big step, according to the article. I'm seeing something I've never seen before in Maggie. She looks vulnerable. Good for Maggie, by the way. She realized she needed help all on her own. Hard for anybody to do, and she's 13. The confident straight A girl of a million talents. Gone? I wasn't sure you knew that, I say. For a long time I didn't, Maggie replies. Or if I did, I was lying to myself. Then one night it hit me. My mom came home incredibly drunk. Oh yes, her mom has a drinking problem, so trigger for that. Just all kinds of triggers with this one. Was there a kitten stream? We tried to do kittens, but the kittens kept freezing my OBS, and I'm not sure why. Ahmad. Well, thank you if that's directed at me. Thank you very much. If that's directed at anybody else in the chat, also true. Chat is awesome. Our mods are awesome. And we're glad you're here. Welcome. We're reading Amalia, California Diaries 9. This is her second. The Nefarious Felines. I'll try again in a second. Let me try it a different way. Let's do this. Oh, yep. Do that, and then do this. And then do this. There we go. I think I fixed it, guys, because we definitely need the kittens. It's a kitten night. There we go. I think I got it. Let me just crop it so you don't have to see all my windows, which are far too many. There we go. Okay. Ms. Eileen, Maggie's mom is a real housewife of Beverly Hills in this universe. Yeah, I think you're correct. All right, we fixed it. Like staggering. She knocked over the angel statue in our family room, and I didn't even notice the shattered pieces under her feet. My dad went ballistic. He told her she needed to face her drinking problem, but she just stood there and said she didn't have a problem, just denied it over and over. So I started thinking, am I like that? Am I doing the same thing? You're not that bad. Great work, Vargas. Insult her mom. Oops. You're doing the best you can. I don't want to be, Maggie says. I want to stop before it gets worse. I'm starting to embarrass myself, like at that restaurant. Don't worry, next time we'll wear masks so the waiter won't recognize us. Maggie barely cracks a smile. I was feeling so much pressure. All the food going by. Knowing I had to order some. I'm thinking, pressure? Don't worry, N-Book. I don't actually say that. What do you mean? I asked. He tells me that the vegetarian taco salad is maybe 700 to 800 calories. The whole wheat rolls in the bread basket are 100 to 150 each, etc., etc., etc. She knows the calorie count for everything. I remember those days. I suggest she should stop counting because she looks great and doesn't need to lose any more weight. She says that everyone... Oh, thank God, I thought the kittens were paused. She says that everyone tells her that. Maybe they have a point, I say as gently as I can. Maybe. I mean, I try to believe them. Sometimes I realize I'm being ridiculous. Then I break down and eat something fattening. Hey, you're human. I don't feel human. I feel disgusting and fat and bloated. I have to skip a few meals just to get back to the way I was. You could just pick a weight, I suggested. You know, a target, like 110 or something. If you go below it, eat more. If you go above, eat less. Not super great advice, but again, 13, best she can do. Not that easy, Amalia, she snapped. Targets may work for you, but it's different for me. I have a problem, okay? You don't know what it feels like. Wrong, Vargas. Wrong, wrong. I'm contradicting her, nagging, giving advice, you statements galore, putting her on the defensive, getting her mad. Exactly what the article said not to do. But I notice what she has said, a problem. Those are her words, and book. She really knows how serious it is. And that's important. Hope, hope, hope. I try to be positive. Have you talked to anyone about your problem? I asked. You. What about your dad or mom? Maggie looks at me as if I'm nuts. My mom hasn't even noticed anything's wrong. Once or twice a week, when she's sober, she says, I am so jealous of your figure. Dad knows something's up, but he says I'm dieting too much, but he's the last person I'd talk to about this. That is so sad, and book, I can't imagine not going to mommy and poppy with my problems. I suggest she talk to her closest friends like Dawn and Ducky. Don't talk to Dawn. She's not going to be helpful. Ducky'll help, though. I almost mentioned Sunny, but I don't. Not the way she's been these days. She pushes everyone away. Maggie nods vaguely. Maybe. One step at a time, I say. Yeah, Maggie answers with a tiny, sad smile. Bless her. Kitties! Yes, kitties. We needed the kitties. Oh god, bats just flew at you. Not the bats. I do love bats. They're cute. Not really something that's a great thing around humans, but very cute. Late. Don't know what time it is. I can't sleep. Thinking about you know who. I was lucky today. I could have made Maggie worse. I could have lost a friend forever. When I jabber away, I say all the wrong things. When I stop to think, when I try to be correct, sometimes I feel so phony, like I'm trying to recite a textbook page. Some friend I am. Maggie's counting on me, and book, I'm the only one who knows what's on her mind. She's definitely empathic. Like Mantis. What if she decides not to tell Ducky or Dawn, and I remain her only confidant? I'm no expert. What if I give her the wrong advice? I want to talk to Mommy and Poppy about this, but I can't betray Maggie. I know what Mommy would say. Be yourself. Don't try to fix her problem. Just listen, understand, and empathize. Poppy would say, knowledge is power. The more you know, the less you fear. Do you remember that episode of Psych or Monk where Howie Mandel plays the cult leader and he's like, the more you know, the less you don't know. Okay, I can be a better listener, empathizer, whatever. But I still don't know enough if I understand her problems. I won't feel like such a dork. I'm putting on a costume fighting crime. Wait, I feel like that mask comment. Yeah, hope you're okay, Patrick. Teen Zine is only a start. I'll look for other info tomorrow. Later. Light bulb moment. Why wait until tomorrow? The internet to the rescue. Duh, I couldn't have thought of that before. Bye, Endbook. See you in cyberspace. I mean, the internet's still pretty primitive and new at this point in time, so. Friday, 9:25, homeroom. I'm tired, but I'm wired. Lots to repeat. I know that feeling. Lots to report. I'm up past 1 o'clock last night. I download tons of stuff. It's all sitting on my desk, and I remember it. Here it is, Endbook, while it's still fresh. Important. It says important. Sorry, my brain did not want to read that. Problem, it's an attempt to solve a perceived problem, even though the solution becomes a worse problem. Anorexics feel that their lives are out of control. By not eating, they're establishing control over their bodies. Anorexics feel unheard and misunderstood. If you try to change their outlook, even by giving them pep talks, they may feel talked at. Empathy works best. They also feel lots of shame about their eating, about their bodies, about all their personal flaws. They need to find out that someone can know the worst about them and still care about them. Persistence is important. Recovered anorexics say they appreciate friends and family members who don't give up. Look, YouTube, don't age restrict this video. It's just what the book says. This is a real thing that we need to talk about. So, YouTube, don't even try. Oh, there's always misinformation, especially with, diagnoses on the internet. The DSM-5 is a good thing, but also a 13-year-old, especially back in the late 90s, probably doesn't know to check there. Persistence is important. Recovered anorexics say that they appreciate friends and family members who don't give up. More later. Math. Anorexia notes. Fact. Eating EDs are tied to personality types, especially obsessive compulsive, like me. Fact. Personality types are partly genetic. Therefore, eating disorders are partly determined genetically. It's true. OCD and EDs definitely go together, like insert terrible things that go together horribly. It was the DS. Oh yeah, you're right. It was the DS5. I take back what I said. I done 86 Club 1990 TV series. Yay! Oh, the DSM-4. It was the DSM-4. Okay. Social studies. And she's got some lightning bolts over here. Fact. Under eating can alter brain chemistry, creates chemicals that give feelings of peace and happiness, makes habit even worse. Fact. Anorexics are often perfectionists, always feel inadequate no matter how well they do, see things in black and white. Thin is good, thinnest is best. Fact. They may have lots of anger, but don't express it because they want approval, so they turn the anger inward. Undereating is a form of anger at self. Fact, they often come from success-oriented, pressured families with parents who the kid feels are very critical. F.A., and then she got cut off. I love the little things that make it look like it's a real journal. Identity theft is no joke. Bears beats Battlestar Galactica. Lunch. That was not fun. You were almost confiscated in class, Endbook, but I saved you. Anyway, here's the fact I was going to mention. Next, before I was so rudely interrupted, sometimes a trigger event can get an anorexic started. Feel free to ditch out if anybody's having trouble with this. I get it. Like a new unreasonable demand. Well, guess what? Maggie Bloom has a whole life of trigger events, and it's not only family and school. She totally blew her big chance with her #1 crush, Justin Randall. I'm not entirely sure what happened. I can guess, though. I'm sure it had to do with Maggie's state of mind. Justin's a good guy, but how long can he be interested in a girl who's so hard on herself? Demands of the life of Maggie Bloom. Let's see, singing, songwriting here in Vanish. Piano lessons, job, career plans over here. Her dad is just kind of wedged into that wedge. School, all the A's. Self, perfectionism, and love with a broken heart. Oh, I'd be a basket case if this were me. I don't know, end book. Maybe the girl's in more trouble than I thought. Study hall. Dear, she crossed out jerk, idiot, hateful person, and then she wrote James. I don't know how you managed to open my locker. I assume you were the one who put rose petals in my sketchbook. First of all, I hate red roses. Spring. Plus they stain. And you got them all over the place, in my science textbook, in my sneakers, everywhere. If you do that again, I will call the crossed out police assistant principal. You are a crossed out menace, crossed out threat, crossed out pain in the, and then she stopped. Home, 3:56 p.m. I end up not sending the letter. I show it to Ducky after school. He's as angry as I am. He can't believe James is at it again, but he tells me to work on the text more. He thinks it needs to be nastier. Bless Ducky. Ducky hates James, which makes perfect sense. James disses him all the time. I will never understand why James does that. I mean, how can anyone diss Ducky? Because he doesn't act macho and dress like everyone else? Because he has an outrageous laugh? Sorry, I'm not holding this correctly. And a wild sense of humor. He's totally adorable, always asking how you are, always trying to help out. So different from James. Enough about me. Now let's discuss how you feel about me. Kodale. You know, then tissue. I was thinking that too, that he probably just slipped them in, but they're in they're in her closed notebook. So if he threw them in and the notebook was closed, I don't know how that would get in there. Daniel just says, Avery, what happened? What did I do? I'm so sorry. What did I do? I'm sorry for everything I've ever done. Basically Ducky is kind of like a younger version of me. Oh. The air. The air? I'm sorry, I'm so confused. It might be the Benadryl. No, I don't think Maggie is. Although maybe she is. I just haven't read that far. It was a reference to The Office. Oh, the identity theft joke. Yeah, Michael. Yeah. The petals between the pages. Fair enough. Yeah, fair. AT allergy season is no joke. No, I was saying I either have the worst allergies of my entire life or a very mild cold, and it honestly could be either. Being that it's Georgia and this time of year. Yeah, she doesn't eat and then throw up. She just doesn't eat. I think it's more classified as anorexia. As far as we know. Maybe more will be revealed. Where am I? After school today, for instance, when Ducky sees me walking home, he insists on giving me a ride. As we drive off, he puts on WPZZ full blast. We're both singing along, gossiping, laughing. I'm feeling so relaxed. Ducky's putting me at ease, saying all the right things. And then it occurs to me, Maggie should be here. She should be confiding in Ducky, not me. He knows how to talk. He can ask questions without being obnoxious, give advice without seeming to, listen and listen and listen, and as if You're the most important person in the world. Maybe I'm just the wrong person for Maggie. Ducky's got a lot on his mind. I almost tell about Maggie's problem, but I stop myself. I can't. That would be betraying her, talking behind her back. She has to be the one to approach him. Ducky stops in front of the house. I invite him inside. I figured it's Friday. His parents are still in Ghana. He's probably facing another night of macaroni and ketchup, with his brother. And I'm sure Mommy and Poppy won't mind having him over for dinner. Simon, big tooth lover boy. Freeloads all the time. Okay, he's Isabel's boyfriend, but still. But Ducky's face darkens when I ask him to stay. He says he can't. He has to go to his friend Alex's for, quote, damage control, meaning Alex is depressed and needs all the friends he can get. I tell him Alex is lucky to have him as a friend. Ducky appreciates that. It shows in his face. What do you think, Endbook? Me and Ducky? Nah. 431, maybe. 457, nah. She could have both, yeah. That's true. After the pizza, yeah. She could have both. You could have more than one. All right, 609. Endbook, I'm scared and annoyed. The first time the phone rings, I figure it's Rico canceling tomorrow's rehearsal or something. Uh-oh. When the person on the other end hangs up, I don't think much about it. The second time it happens, I'm a little creeped. I mean, it should be no big deal, right? Just a hang up. But I'm all alone. Mommy and Poppy are at their offices. Isabel's working at the women's shelter. And suddenly, I'm running around the house making sure the doors are locked. The third time, I'm angry. I pick up and yell, "Who is this?" Then click. I slam the phone down and wish we had caller ID. Oh, those days are coming. Don't worry about it. Then I remember what Isabel does every time she misses a phone call and thinks it was Simon. She presses a code, *69, on the phone, automatically calls back the person who last reached her. I try it. Hello? It's Marina. Remember her, Endbook, sister of James and former good friend? I freeze. I am totally tongue-tied, but not entirely surprised. I know I should say, your brother, the jerk, is harassing me over the phone again, but I don't want to drag Marina into this. He's practically ruined our friendship. This would just upset her and make things worse. So I pretend I just called her casually. I ask if she's coming to the Vanish rehearsal. Am I supposed to, she asks. Nope, just wondering. End of conversation. Goodbye. Hang up. Endbook, I hate being dishonest. I stand there forever. I can't decide whether or not to call her back. And then the phone rings again. This time, I wait for the answering machine. It picks up after the fourth ring. I ignore it. I run upstairs. I jump into bed and bury my head under the pillow. The phone rings again and again. Each time, the machine takes it. Each time, there's no message. I guess several of the girls have like a teeny crush on Ducky. It is cute. It's cute and it's very, very true, right? Because the Ducky in the friend group, all the girls are always into the Ducky of the friend group. The one that's like emotionally mature. Daniel, is that a Scream reference? That's what I thought it was. I could be wrong. Ducky needs his own person. He's literally everyone's person. Yeah, he does so much emotional labor. It's a Scream reference. Okay, I was right. When I was younger, Scream is a fun movie. I haven't watched it in a couple of years. I need to. Gabe, if you're watching, I too have gone through. I have filled up an entire trash can of tissues today, so worry not. Um. Bear with me for. Well, no, I was gonna say I'm gonna move this so that I can kind of lean back and read, but I still think that won't work. I'll have to work on it when I'm off camera. Saturday, 9:26. 3:07 p.m. Rico's garage. Vanish rehearsal. This is embarrassing. I'm running around fixing things, setting up a tape recorder so we can hear what rehearsal sounds like, basically being a good manager. James is the farthest thing from my mind, and I notice everyone's laughing at me. Rico starts playing some dumb song on his guitar. Justin joins in singing. Tiptoe through the tulips. Sorry, I hate that song so much. Someone like showed a screenshot of Billy Loomis and Stu. It said they look like if Germa unfused, and it was so but also not untrue. Oh my god. Bruce picks up the bass, Patty hits the drum set, Maggie plays along on the keyboard. I think they've all gone nuts. Then I look at the floor. Rose petals are scattered at my feet. They have fallen out of my folder. I must have missed them in my big rose petal cleanup. I hold in my temper. I calmly pick up the petals. I explain where they came from. The moment I mention James, everyone reacts angrily. Patty goes off about girlfriend abuse. Bruce says kicking him out of the group was the best thing we ever did. We should have tarred and feathered him, Rico declares. And the weird thing is, I'm feeling relieved. Somewhere in my mind, I've been thinking they all hate me, not him. Let's face it, it's all my fault that Vanish lost a good guitar player. No, it's his fault. No one told him to stop. You didn't tell him to stalk you. Typically, that's not a thing that people tell other people to do. The downfall of Vanish. AV moves to Palo City. Hi. That's Amalia Vargas. Amalia Vargas meets Massanuck. Hi. AV becomes Vanish manager. AV meets James. Hi. James kicked out of group because of fight with AV. Vanish loses crucial musician. I mean, that's way oversimplifying it. Ooh, more pictures. Justin is okay, but he's still learning, and as much as I hate to admit it, I don't think he has James's talent. We sound better without James, Patty is saying. Everyone agrees, and I don't argue. Vanish, 9:26, 5 o'clock. I am yesterday's girl. This person saying. End book, I can't watch this. Uh-oh. Is that Maggie? Wait, I'm confused. Home, 10:57 p.m. I try to talk to Maggie after rehearsal, but Bruce and Rico pull me aside. Is he still following you around? No. Has he hit you? No. He has no right to threaten our manager. Well, he's not actually. Guys, really, it's not a big deal. If he bothers you again, give us the word. We'll have a talk with him. Her handwriting is very hard to read in these little blurbs, but I think I got it. What is this end book? Like, I really need this? I'm so fragile. I need protection? Please. They're trying their best. I mean, I get it, Amalia. You're valid, but I get it. But they're trying. You know what? It's not just James. Whoop. Little buggy. Ah, it's a little ladybug. Hang on. You guys can't see this on the camera, can you? Damn it. I can't get it. I don't want to kill it. Can I axe? Tina, bring me the axe. Oh, that's funny. Whoop! Fly away. Fly away. Fly away, please. Please fly away. I really don't want to have to kill a ladybug, please. Or whatever you are. You look delightful. It's just showing up as a blurry dot. Yeah. It's actually a ladybug or what, but... Ah! Hang on. I'm gonna let it outside out the window. Hang on. Ah! Not me forgetting I have a bunch of pop vinyls on my windowsill. They all just about tumbled out the window when I did that. Okay. Anyway, where were we? And I lost my place. Hang on. See you later, Anton. It's not just James I'm sick of, it's guys in general. She says. It's easy to think that, but don't, because there are good guys out there. Sunday, 9/27, 6:23 p.m. Further notes on guys and untrustworthiness. Just random, unscientific observations not to be made public. They say, quote, talk when they mean threaten. They hate to cry. How can you trust someone who won't cry? Well, that's more of a toxic masculinity thing. It hurts everybody. Everything is a contest, even relationships. If they think they're losing, they either bail out or make you think that you did something wrong. Giving means expecting something in return. Sympathizing means looking for an excuse to play the hero. Okay, not all guys are like this, but he doesn't count. He's an exception. From this moment on, End Book, I am declaring a new policy. No more guys. I hereby swear them off forever. Ah, the old swearing off guys. You're innocent, Neptune. Molly is the most innocent one. Why is it always the nice kids that have the stalkers? Because they're, I want to say vulnerable. People who are very, what's the right word? Open and caring and emotionally, there for other people. Some people take that as a sign to walk all over them. Some people confuse kindness with weakness. That has happened in my life quite a bit. I could never dream to be as great as Amalia, but you know, sometimes some people, if they're not very good people, they can, instead of you being nice to them and they take that as you being a good person or being a good friend, they'll walk all over you. Came out sounding very bitter. It's not. It wasn't intended that way. It's just the way some people are, I've noticed. Monday, 9/28, 8:01 a.m. Great news. Dawn calls me at 7:45. Well, that doesn't sound like great news. She's all breathless. Maggie finally talked to her last night. Phoned her out of the blue. She told Dawn everything. The eating problem, her mom, and the statue, the pressures. Plus, Maggie admitted that she's talked to me too. She swore Dawn to secrecy, but she doesn't mind if Dawn and I discuss her problem. Let's just keep it in the family, she tells Dawn. Family. I guess that's what we are. Oh god, Dawn's that person in the family that no one wants to invite to Thanksgiving. Families care, stick together, support, and love each other. She's reaching out, End Book. I'm not the only one anymore. What a relief. Dawn's pretty upset, though. She'd already suspected Maggie had a problem, but you know Dawn, always looking on the bright side. She's figured it was just... I wouldn't say that. She figured it was just a diet that went on too long. I spend a lot of time telling her what I've learned about anorexia. We talk about ways to help Maggie, but we don't get too far because we both have to leave. But I finally feel like I'm doing something useful. If talking to Dawn is useful, then you're screwed. I'm so sorry. Dawn doesn't look on the bright side. She's like, me, 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 me. Yeah, she looks on the me side. She looks on the what's convenient for me side of things. Homeroom. Dawn's call makes me late. I rush into homeroom. Mr. Leavitt's back is turned, so I try to slide into my seat. Only this is sitting here. He's sitting in her... Oh, hell no. James is in her seat. I'm gonna throw down. Hi, Laser. You're in my seat, I whisper harshly. The guy looks startled. I've never seen him before. Oh, it's not James. Okay. It's not James. It's not James. Well, don't dehumanize a random dude. James deserves it. Not this dude, maybe. He's kind of cute. His eyes are so green. Mr. Leavitt turns around and says, "Ah, Amalia, our last guest. The party can begin." I hate sarcastic teachers. "Sorry," the guy with the eyes says. He's fumbling with his stuff, gathering it up. "I'll move." Now I feel awful. I tell him to stay put. It's okay. I sit in the back near Cece. I'm sure that guy hates me now. Some introduction to Palo City hospitality. I've never been to Palo City. Can somebody tell me how hospitable it is there? Mr. Leavitt has just welcomed new boy. He's Brendan Jones, formerly of Short Hills, New Jersey. Cool name, Brendan, not Short Hills. Is Brendan's a name? It's a perfectly good name. He seems pretty quiet. Cece passes me a note. 3 words. Brendan equals cute plus mysterious. I give her a look. She scribbles another one. Weird time to switch schools, isn't it? People move at the beginning of the school year. Well, things happen, Cece. We don't know what this person's been through. To tell the truth, I hadn't even thought of that, and who cares? Typical Cece comment, a mountain out of a molehill. Personally, I think she's not for this. I think she's hot for this guy. There we go. I got it. It doesn't exist. Okay. I didn't know if it was real or not. She ignores all the other sides. I don't know. Maybe they just didn't want legal issues with a... I don't know. I don't know why you would make it up. Sailor Moon manga... Yeah. This is probably a hot take. Not that I'm not gonna be like, oh, the anime was so much better than the manga. They're both good in their own ways, but I do really feel like I miss some of that, what could be considered by other people, that filler content. Because to me, it's not filler. To me, it's character development. If you do it right, which I think Sailor Moon does. Do you think some people consider kindness as a sign of having feelings for them? That can be true. That can definitely be true. But I'm no relationship expert. Take locations because they don't want to have to be like accurate. Oh, that's true. That's true. That's true. So somebody's like, actually, I live there and it's not like that. Okay, fair enough. There's a Stony Brook, New York. Interesting, but none in Connecticut. Profile picture. I keep meaning to ask you. It's pretty in pink. See, maybe his family had trouble getting here. California or bust, Brendan. And they're like pushing a wagon, and there's a cow involved. Why she wasted the other half of this page, but there you go. I never sent social studies. I never sent Cece the note. The homeroom bell rings too soon. I'm feeling guilty about yelling at Brendan, so I decide to apologize to him, but I'm too late. Rowena Frank has gotten there first, and she's yapping away. As your student government president and cool girl wannabe, I'm supposed to show you around and impress you. Is this Tookie? Well, something like that. She walks confidently out of the classroom. Brendan trails behind. Cece and I are trying not to laugh as we leave the room. Then I see James. He's standing in the shadow of the locker, staring at me, not even smiling. Cece and I stop laughing. We walk past him. So now I'm thinking... Screenshot of Chibiusa with a bunch of pink filters slapped on it. I thought it was Chibiusa, but I was like, is it Chibiusa or am I a fake fan? I couldn't figure it out. So it looks pretty. I thought it was Chibiusa. I felt like if I said it was Chibiusa, they would be like, no, it's obviously this other like anime character that you don't know because you're not a real fan. You've just been watching too much Sailor Moon lately, Avery. Anyway. Ah ha ha, there's lots of pink-haired anime girls, so it's valid to ask. Yeah, I genuinely was like, it looks like Chibiusa, but Chibiusa also looks like other characters, like, as far as, like, the pink hair and such. Hi, Chris. Cece and I are trying not to laugh as we leave the room. Then I see James. He's standing in the shadow of the lockers, staring at me, not even smiling. Cece and I stop laughing. We walk past him. So now I'm thinking, is he mad? Did something happen? Did Rico or Bruce talk to him? Did they say something stupid? No, he's probably just being an asshole. Do I need to be careful? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It looks like smoke coming out of a locker. Locker 187. Math. Just back from lunch. Got 2 right fast, Ms. Sevico on Warpath. Dawn and I meet Maggie on lunch line. We're picking out food. D and I keep our mouths shut. No pressure for M. M is having rough time. Takes salad from rack, but brushes off egg slices and avocado. Oh, the avocado's the best part. Reaches for a roll, puts it back, eyes the granola bars, but doesn't even try. M notices we're looking at her, smiles, and turns red. D says the veggie sandwich is good. M stares at it for a second and says, I'll try it. We all leave the line, sit. D and I eat. M looks tense, takes a bite of sandwich, and makes a face as if she just bit into a mouse tail. There's mayonnaise, she says. We say, oh. She shrugs. We shrug. No one knows what to say next. Finally, M breaks into a big, embarrassed smile. Sorry, guys, this is hard. This meaning eating. Cool, we understand. Sorry, had to stop. This isn't science now. We're now in science class. Oh, no, she needs... It's just... Yeah, I'm worried for Amalia. Sorry, had to stop. Now it's lab report time. I can write for real. Where was I? Lunch. Maggie admits she's having a hard time. I say, I see you're trying. See? An I sentence. She seemed upset. I don't like the way this feels. What? Dawn asks. The eating, the pressure, all of it, Maggie replies. I can't do this, guys. Now I know I'm not supposed to give advice, Endbook, but I want to. The look on Maggie's face is breaking my heart, so I think about what Mommy would do in this situation. She meets lots of troubled kids in her social work. When things get really serious, she refers them to a psychologist. This friend of hers, I forget her name, but she's supposed to be fantastic. I can't keep it in. Maybe you should see someone, I said, like a therapist. Maggie sighs. Both my parents see therapists, and it doesn't do them any good. How about a teacher? Dawn asks, or a guidance counselor? No, says Maggie. I can't talk to anyone in the school. Then everyone will find out. How about your doctor? I suggest. I mean, anorexia is a medical problem. Doctor, you could definitely talk to a doctor, kids. Talk to a doctor if you feel like you're having trouble eating. I have not finished Super S yet. I am almost done with Super S, though. Back from Burn Up. Burn Up Excess. I don't think about that one. I've never seen that one, I should say. I don't know what just made me think about this. But do you remember does anybody remember the Hannah Montana movie when Tyra Banks and Hannah Montana get into a fight over shoes? Such a funny scene. Funnier now that we've read Model Land. Dr. Fradkin still gives me lollipops at the end of checkups, Maggie replies. Besides, he and Dad play golf. But that's still against HIPAA if he tells your dad anything. Like, whether he's your dad or... I mean, I don't know, maybe it's different with minors, but like, I don't know. I don't know. I know that my mom and I saw the same doctor for quite a long time. And because of like certain things that run in our family, I'd go to her and say like, my mom tried this medication, so maybe this one would work for me. And she's like, well, I can't really discuss that line of talk with you because, you know, HIPAA and stuff, but like, yes, we could try that medication. Very concerning, but very realistic with Amalia not going to adults for help or Maggie, honestly. Dawn and I fall silent. The bell rings. End of discussion. P.S. She doesn't eat the rest of the sandwich. Oof. But she has a few bites of the salad. Oh well, one step at a time. One bag at a time. One bag at a time. Or, you put one foot in front of the other. It's always in my head. And the shoes were so ugly, right? What kind of sandwich was it? It was a veggie sandwich. Study hall. I can't even concentrate the rest of the day. After science, I see Dawn with Maggie in the hallway. Brendan lopes past us. He's being led around by Rowena like a chihuahua. He's kind of cute. Not drop dead hunk cute, but sort of slouchy nice guy cute. I wish he'd smile more. He never looks happy. She needs less of nice guys. Like, I hope he's a good guy, not a nice guy. Their attack names are weird. Oh, just the names of the attacks that they do? I wish he'd smile more. He never looks happy. Maybe that's because he's always around Rowena. Maggie says, you know him? Not really, I answer. Why? He smiled at you. She raised an eyebrow. He likes you, Amalia. A joke. Maggie's sense of humor is coming back. That is a good sign. I tell her my current theory of guys. I make it totally clear that I am so over them. Brendan is no exception, jesting or not. He is nobody. But now Maggie and Dawn are both laughing at me. I shut my mouth and take it. I don't mind much. Back again, still study hall. Oh, by the way, the eyes are bluish, not all green. Not that it matters. I'm just reporting. Sure, Amalia. Veggie sandwich, that's just as depressing as a bread sandwich. Yeah. Charlie got like lettuce and just lettuce and maybe not even tomato. That's, I don't even know. I don't know. Like a veggie, maybe it's like a veggie sub. That's good. A veggie sub might be good. Oh, you'll see. You'll see. Okay. I'll get there. I'm very close to seeing the Sailor Stars. Hey, here's a fun question for all of chat. If you were a sailor soldier, right? Because all the sailor soldiers defend different planets, right? What would you be the sailor soldier of? Like, would you be one of the main 9 in our galaxy? Would you be Sailor Andromeda? What would you be? What would you defend if you were a Sailor Senshi? And what would your corresponding power be, I guess? Home, 4:30. Big news, Endbook. Big news. It's after school. I'm just about to slam my locker shut and run out when I feel a hand on my shoulder. Oh, great, I think. James. I'm angry. I don't know what I'm capable of doing. I spin around. It's not James. It's Christina McDonald. McDonald with no D at the end. What a relief. What a surprise. She's so on edge. This is so sad. A nice one. I don't know her, but I've always wanted to. She seems cool, friendly, pretty, popular. She asks if I'm the manager of Vanish. When I say yes, she brightens right up. She says she's a big fan. She saw us at the Battle of the Bands, And we deserved first place. They got second place, I'm pretty sure. Sailor Earth. I know that Tuxedo Mask is technically the defender of Earth because he's the Prince of Earth, but I feel like there should have been a Sailor Earth. I still feel like there should have been, and I guess technically there could be multiple sailors, for each planet, right? No, Tuxedo Mask does represent Earth, but I feel like there's always room for a Sailor Earth, right? There's always room to have at least a few sailors for each planet. Maybe not Pluto because it's so tiny. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe Pluto too. So my cat does this thing where he just brings us toys in the middle of the night because he's an indoor cat, so he can't go hunt for mice. So all our cats are indoor. Teaching them how to use cat doors has just been a hilarious experience, a harrowing experience, if you will. And one of our cats, Mr. Monk, I can just hear him. He's doing the thing that he does. It's like his nightly routine. He will bring toys. He does this in the afternoon, and he does this at night. He will bring toys, and he will just lay it down and then scream. Like, I have brought you this toy. Please come and get it. PTSD. That will come back up later. Oh, good. Jupiter's moon Sailor Force. That's true. There's all the moons. And also, we know that there can canonically be more than one Sailor Senshi for each planet or solar system figure because Sailor Moon and Sailor Chibi Moon both defend the moon. So, you know. You could be anything. You could be any sailor you want to be, honestly. My cat doesn't hunt mice. Indoor cats are funny. I don't know if yours is an indoor cat, but my cats are all indoor, and so they just kind of hunt their toys, and that's their contribution to society. It's very cute how much they think they're trying to help, or how much they think they're helping when they're trying to help. Then she says something like, I know this is short notice, and I'm sure your schedule is too busy, but is there a chance you could play the Vista Homecoming Bash on the 10th? I'm thinking a job. Us? Then the yes rushes out of my throat so fast I choke on it. Christina explains that the bash isn't really a date party. People will be coming in groups mostly. A DJ will play tunes after our set. Cool, I say. She goes on to say that she already approached Rico about this, and he said that I handle the pay arrangements and scheduling. Pay? I blurt out. We're free, idiot. I didn't call her an idiot. She called herself an idiot. I'm screaming to myself. But Christina has misunderstood me. She thinks free as in available. She's writing in her date book. Good. She's like, there's no way anybody would do this for free. It's homecoming. Homecoming sucks. No, I don't know. I've never been to homecoming. I'll pencil you in. Now, what's your normal fee? I'm not even rational. I'm not thinking. Part of me wants to laugh. Part of me wants to offer to pay her. A third part of me pushes the other parts aside. It says $500. I have no idea where that came from. I'm in shock. I think Christina's going to faint. I think I'm going to faint. And I'm about to say, just kidding, but she speaks first. It's a deal. A deal? I'm stunned. I'm about to scream, hallelujah, but I'm also the manager, and I have to look after my group's best interests, so I tell her I'll have to check it out with the band and rehearsals tonight and then get back to her tomorrow. Can you believe this, Ed Book? Our first paying gig. I'm floating, and this is her going, yay! Why wasn't there a Sailor's Son? Was Queen Serenity's ego too big to want to be in a room with the sun? Yeah, I've thought about that too, because they're like, oh, well, that's a star. And it's like, yeah, but we have the Sailor Stars. Like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, I haven't seen that one, Andre. Ayo hunts my husband's socks. And when I say hunt, I mean pulls them out of the hamper. I was house sitting for some friends one time, and their dog I was sleeping at their house because the dog was like a new puppy, and so he wasn't ready to be left alone yet. So I was sleeping in their very beautiful house, and in the middle of the night, he would just bring me underwear out of, and I was just like, oh boy, I feel bad. I don't know what to do with this, dude. I mean, maybe somebody in chat is Sailor Sun. You know, maybe you'll get called to be Sailor Sun one day. My cats are always indoors. I had a cat who took hunting very seriously, like catch them, but only. Oh, sorry, I missed the end of that. Yeah, Mercury's powers especially are way more powerful to begin with than in the manga, right? They stopped having a homecoming dance by the time I got to high school. Oh, that sucks. I was homeschooled, so I didn't have any homecoming, prom, anything like that. All right, we are almost halfway there. I don't know what page we're on exactly because these books don't have page numbers, and it's really my only main complaint with the series. An episode of Ghost Sweeper. Even like if I was gonna go on, we've always read these in one sitting a piece, but if I was going to like leave off and come back, I couldn't even tell Goodreads where we were because I have no idea what page this is. 11:12 p.m. Long night. Where to begin? Okay, start at the good part. Mommy, no, you start with the bad news first, and then you go to the good news. Mommy drives me to Rico's, but because she came home late from work, I'm the last one at the rehearsal. I noticed Justin hanging out with Bruce at the snack table, the trow, as Mr. Chavez calls it. I see Maggie playing keyboard, ignoring him. This is not good. I make a mental note to talk to her later. Then I see Rico. He's grinning. I assume he's told everyone about Christina's offer, but no one seems excited. Suddenly, he jacks up his amp and strikes a loud twang on his guitar. Yo, listen up, everybody. Amalia has a big announcement. He's left all the glory to me. I love Rico, even if he is a guy. Jesus. My Sailor Sun and my power is to summon the Teletubby Sun Baby to laugh while it burns my enemies alive. I like this. I like this idea a lot. The Animations YouTube channel. Oh, thanks. I'll check that out. Not me realizing literally last night as I went to log that we had read the first volume of Sailor Moon after stream that Cardcaptor Sakura is literally created by the same creator as Sailor Moon. No wonder everybody's like, watch that one next. I jump on the platform and grab Maggie's mic. I love when Mike is spelled like the name Mike. She's giving me the curious look. Everyone bursts into wild applause when I tell them about the gig. I save the part about the money for last. When they hear that, they're screaming, jumping on me, hugging me, lifting me off to the ground. I said 500, not 500,000, I shout. No one cares. I could have said 50 and they'd be happy. Rico starts playing For She's a Jolly Good Fellow. His parents announce they're getting ice cream and snacks to celebrate. I'm feeling fantastic. Then I look at Maggie. She's still at the keyboard, sitting. Her brow is wrinkled. When she sees me, she smiles, but I'm not fooled. Something's wrong. I wait until snack break to approach her. By that time, we've settled into rehearsal and played through a few songs. I key gay in so fashion. I mean, I'm of the belief that Sailor Moon is pretty, well, it might not be high key gay. It's like mid key gay at least. It's much more gay before the American studios got their hands on it. Io. Oh, I'm sorry, I said the cat's name wrong. Apologize to Io for me. Once in the backyard and had no clue what to do after that. Goddess needed to finish it off. Oh. Cardcaptor Supra. Wait, I missed something. That is true. Someone did marry their car. Oh. Oh. Okay. I was confused because last night it was like also by Naoko Takuchi. I hope I'm saying her name right. It was like also by, and it listed Cardcaptor Sakura, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. So we caught one. And he does with incest is better than lesbian. It says Deke. Yeah, apparently. That is true. A lady married the Berlin Wall. That one guy who's always creating controversies to be famous was he married the cutout of that one guy from BTS. Cardcaptor is my ish, specifically the Nirvana dub. Interesting. But yes, to answer your question, I think you can be attracted to fictional characters. Just keep in mind that they're age-appropriate fictional characters, I guess. I'm Demi, so God knows I've had more than one fictional character crush growing up. Do you think the Berlin Wall lady had a funeral when it was torn down? She listed herself as a widow. She did that. While everyone is pigging out, Maggie's off in a corner with a bottle of spring water. I ask her if she's okay. Fine, fine. I want to say something about her eating, but this isn't the right time, so I remark that she seems to be ignoring Justin. She shrugs. She says they're still friends. Avery's sleeping on the stream. I'm not sleeping. I'm not sleeping. I was just leaning back because my back is hurting. So I might actually do one of these jobs. Let's do this for now. I'll show you. I'll switch back if we get to more illustrations because they're pretty. Must pet kitties. Yes. Win-win. You get a bigger picture of the cats, which I hope is not paused. And I get my back not to be completely broken. Anime that is by the same creators of Cardcaptor Sakura. Pollock. Reservoir. Chronicle. Angelic Layer. Interesting. I now want to know why Goodreads listed them as being by the same author. That was strange. I'll have to go back and look. I just misread something. I don't know. Oh, look at him. He's sleeping so sound. You can barely even look at his... You can tell he's like deep sleeping. Look at the little ear twitch. She's so adorable. Ah! Sorry. What? No, I don't want more recommended Eagle Watch videos. I just want to watch my kitten video. Okay, it's not paused. There we go. Okay. Queen of spicy burritos. I like it. What is the plot of Kingdom Hearts? Nobody let Maddie hear you say Kingdom Hearts is convoluted. She swears to God that it's not. All right. Opening a seltzer water because I need hydration. That was loud. Sorry. All right, where was I? She shrugs. She says they're still friends. Just her crush on him is over. No big deal. We sit. She sips. Finally, I ask her how she feels about the homecoming bash. Her face tightens up. Great news, she says quietly. Don't knock me over with your excitement, I say. I mean it as a joke, but Maggie doesn't smile. She tells me that the date is too soon. She doesn't feel ready. I remind her that she knows the number's cold. She tells me it's not just a question of knowing the songs. The songs need rewriting. The bridge to slow down. The second verse of this, the third verse of that. I assure her they're fine and no one will notice. I notice, she replies. They're my words. I can't sing them if they stink. I have enough trouble singing anything these days. I'm straining above middle C. Maybe I'm getting a node on my throat. Do you guys remember Pitch Perfect? I have nodes. I'll be lucky if I have a voice by the homecoming bash. Maggie, you just need to relax, I say. Easy for you to say. You don't have to make a fool of yourself. Before the whole school, you're not tired all the time because you can't eat right and you don't have to worry about looking fat. You're not fat. Once again, wrong. Wrong thing to say. That's her saying it, not me. It's too much pressure, Amalia, okay? I mean, she is correct that it's not a helpful thing to say, but I'm not the one saying she's wrong. She is. Berlin Wall lady. Knew her husband was going torn down, so she put out life insurance and collected her coin. But a rich bitch fantasy. It was all a con. I love finding things that I've been missing out on this whole time. Anime seems to be the new sector of that for me. I look like I'm melting into the chair. Hang on, there we go. It's a little better. Justin and Bruce are looking at us now. Maggie storms away. I pretend to be busy with my set list. Well, Maggie comes back and plays the rest of the rehearsal. She's such a good actress, she doesn't let her bad mood show at all. On her way out after rehearsal, she apologizes to me. Then she disappears into the waiting limo. I try to be up, but I feel awful at what happened. She thinks at home, I call Dawn and tell her what happened. She thinks Maggie will get over it. She reminds me that anorexia is about low self-esteem, and maybe the bash will be just the thing to turn it around for Maggie. Maybe. No, Dawn's always wrong. It's not that. Unless it goes the other way. All night long, I'm worrying that she's backsliding. That's another thing I think I learned on the internet. Sometimes an anorexic's recovery can be like a roller coaster. The condition can get worse just when it seems to be getting better. After I talked to Dawn tonight, I almost called Maggie, but it was already too late. Or so I thought. I was stupid. I should have called her. It's definitely out of the question now. Way to go, Vargas. Night or morning, hard to tell. Smoking like a true insomniac. Note for tomorrow. IIDR Fuentes. Sorry. It's not eyes. It's the upside down. I'm so stupid. It's the upside down, exclamation points where you do the brackets with exclamation points where it's two upside down and then two. Dr. Fuentes. Okay. Got it. I'm caught up. My brain did not want to read that correctly. That's the name of the therapist. Ask mommy about her. Tuesday, 9/29, a homeroom. Plan of the attack. And she crosses it out and says action. The idea of Dr. Fuentes, but don't push too hard. Just tell the truth. Say what mommy said. Dr. F is one of the coolest women on the planet. She's young. She's a great listener. She's a pro. She doesn't talk down to kids. She practically is one of us. You can get a better recommendation than that. Or you can't get a better recommendation than one of that. Than that. Jesus. Apparently the Benadryl has gone straight to my head. Lollipop body characters. That's funny. Study hall. Lots to tell. The minor news first. I see James before school. He doesn't look at me. I see him after homeroom. He walks the other way. Maybe he's given up. Hooray. I have a feeling he hasn't. Okay. Enough ink wasted on that. The important news. At least she knows he's not worth the ink. Morning. Before school. Lockers. First, Christina rushes up to me and asks about Vanish's decision. When I tell her yes, she's thrilled. And guess what? She already has a pre-signed check for $500 and she gives it to me on the spot. I need another tissue. Kitty is back. Was the kitty gone? I have not seen that yet, Andre. Maybe somebody in chat has. Good night, Patrick. Shoujo, I'm assuming I've tried to figure this out as I've been working on this thing. Shoujo is like like magical girl anime? Is that in the context? That's what I always hear it be used for, like context clues. It tells me that that's what it means, but it probably is something different. I'm staring at the check as Christina leaves like it's radioactive. I have never had so much money. Oh, those were the days. Both Dawn and Maggie are making faces like, what a big shot. I calmly tell them I'm going to take the money and go to Mexico tonight. I'm joking, but you know, and book, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Shoujo means girl, so shoujo means its target is girls from ages 9 to 16. Okay, cool. I think we've had this discussion before, but I couldn't remember, so I asked again. Thank you for answering. Shoujo equals girl focused content versus shonen boy focused. Okay. Shonen means boy, targeted at boys, set range, age range as well. Okay. All right, quickly changing back. Oh, we're in a kitty house. So while we're at the kitty house, let me change back to this and show you this drawing of a mariachi band with her, and she's shouting Mexico on it. I think that's pretty cute. Anyway, that's not the real important news. That happens next. It's nothing Maggie's. I'm noticing Maggie's in a better mood. She apologizes again for what she said at rehearsal last night. She says she was so mad at herself she went home and cried herself to sleep. Oh, I forgive her. Dawn's very sympathetic. The hope never. That's not Dawn. She's been replaced. It's not her. It's a duplicate coming back from Stony Brook. The homecoming bash is a big deal. No wonder you were tense. It's a lot of pressure, etc. Maggie says she's thinking of taking a yoga class to ease the stress. I decide to open the big subject. Can I make a suggestion? Anything, Maggie says. I say I've thought of a great person for her to talk to. I tell her about Dr. Fuentes. Dawn's nodding, trying to look positive, but Maggie's not saying a thing, so I figure she's feeling pushed, drop back and punt, or whatever that saying is. Time to change the subject. Only I can't think of another subject to change to, and I can see the panic starting to creep into Dawn's face, and suddenly the bell rings. I'll think about it, Maggie says. We run off to class. It's not over. Next time I see her, it's lunch. Dawn and I sit at her table. She's picking at a salad. She starts firing questions. Where does Dr. Fuentes live? How old is she? What are her credentials, etc.? My heart is sinking. I know Maggie. She's looking for a flaw. One strike and Dr. Fuentes is out. I answer everything, and then Maggie falls silent again. It's worth a try, Dawn says meekly. Isn't it? Dawn is literally never meek. What the hell is she trying to pull? Kodomo, children, just say women, and seinen men. Okay, cool. Monthly magazines and magazines target. I did read that Sailor Moon was published in a girls magazine. Which is why, like, I was so confused, because when I started researching Sailor Moon, I kept hitting these people being like, Sailor Moon is so inappropriate for my children. And it's just like, isn't this, like, literally made for girls? I know the creator thought that it was going to be targeted at, like, guys, but she quickly realized that it was going to be more popular with girls. The fan service ruins every good show, doesn't it? Looking right at you, Game of Thrones. The therapist doesn't know me. This therapist doesn't know me, Maggie finally replies, or my teachers or my family. But that's good, Dawn insists. I give her a look that means go easy on her. Don't fuck it up, Dawn. But Maggie says, I know it's good. That's what I meant. She's a stranger. You pay her to listen and she keeps your secrets. I don't expect to hear this. Amalia likes to write in the present tense a lot. I think it's very interesting. I could call the way that the subtleties in the way that their personality is expressed, even in just the tenses in which they choose to write, is so interesting to me. That's why I've always loved this format for books, this journal format for books. I was really into this kind of thing as a kid. I don't know how I missed the California Diaries. Neither does Dawn. I could call her, I say tentatively. Set up an appointment. Maggie sighs. I guess. Don't worry, N-Book. I don't jump up and dance on the table, but I want to. Does Maggie just have a situation where she has a credit card that her parents don't check? How are they not going to know that she's going to this therapist? Like, how's she going to pay for it? Ducky writes in secondary person because he's in a constant identity crisis and literally sees his diary as talking directly to himself. Yeah, it's something that I always did when I was a kid, and I never really thought about it when I was journaling as a preteen teen. It's fascinating. Amalia writes in present tense because she's a very in the moment person. She's always she's feeling things all the time. She wants you to be right in her shoes. And she's empathetic to other people, so that's how she thinks about other people. So she literally thinks about it like an empathy project almost. I don't want to rub my makeup out into my eye. I'm not that tired after all. Yeah, I almost called off stream tonight because I was like, what if I don't feel better in time? But I'm really glad I streamed because this is really distracting me. It's 10:10. Make a wish. I don't jump up and dance on the table, but I want to. Language arts. Even more news. Late breaking headline. We have the Brendan speaks in big letters. Well, a little. He's very shy. But today I had this conversation with him after study hall. He's in the hallway looking kind of lost. I feel sorry for him. I say hi. No big deal. He actually blushes. Aww. Anyway, we're going the same direction, so we start walking together. I'm doing most of the talking. Surprise, surprise. We get to the topic of homecoming bash. And of course, I put in a plug for you-know-who. My group is playing, I say. Brendan lights up. Big smile. Nice one, too. Are you a singer? Only in the shower. Oops, Brendan is embarrassed again. Oh. I didn't know blood could rush to a face so fast. It's kind of adorable in a way. I almost break out laughing. I'm the manager, I say with a straight face. Cool, he says. Hard job, huh? Do all the work, get none of the credit? Smart, too. I like that. Not that it matters. He is, after all, a guy. He's a guy. Tonight, if I have time, I'll make him a copy of the tape I made at rehearsal. Welcome Home Marianne made me cry. It's probably gonna make me cry. I will not be surprised. You guys know I cry very easily. I cry covering Winnie the Pooh on this channel, you know? Done. Yeah, something like that, I think. I wonder if Peter Larangas, like, what else he's written, and if it's, like, if he's big into magical realism, because he infuses a little bit of magical realism into, like, every single one of these books that he writes. I do still need to read your story to the chat. Okay, 8:19 p.m. I called Dr. Fuentes as soon as I get home. She could see Maggie after school tomorrow. I set up the appointment. Right away, I call Maggie. She's very quiet, one-word answers. Okay, I'm not expecting her to gush, but still. I can't tell how she's feeling. Is she mad at me? Is she changing her mind? It's the right thing, I say. Okay, you'll be glad you did it, I guess. You still want to, right? Sure. Look, I can't really talk now. There are people around. Plus, I have to finish the social studies report and clean the mess in my room. And my dad needs me to fax him some papers, so we'll talk later, okay? Okay, see ya. Bye. Remember fax machines? I used to think they were such newfangled technology. Occasionally, fax machines are one of those things where I'm like, okay, but there's an applicable use for them still. Or again, bring them back, because sometimes somebody sends me something and I want to be able to print it out, but that's extra steps. But if they could fax it to me, then I'd immediately just have a copy of it. That's the fax you speak of. I mean, I've never sent a fax in my life, but they were already aged out by the time I was old enough to need one. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, speaking of Patrick's Winnie the Pooh story, I know there's a lot of writers in our midst, so if anybody has any fun short stories, send them to me and I we'll do a thing. Maybe I can do like I could bookbind them into a bunch of subscriber stories. I've had to fax legal documents. I never had to fax. When I had my first job, I had to fight with the broken down old printer in our office that never ever worked. Right, Audrey? Like, vinyls are the most popular physical media again, so I can say fax machines coming back. Okay. She's incredible, and book. So hardworking and so good at everything. Piano, singing, poetry, schoolwork, songwriting. She's a good person, a good friend, a good daughter and sister. But you know what the problem is? She's not perfect, and that bothers her. Oof, that's a call out. I've been trying to tell her she's great just the way she is, so has Dawn, but she's so lost in her own feelings, I don't think she really hears. Which is exactly why she needs a pro, someone who's trained to listen and say the right thing. I hope Dr. Fuentes is all she's cracked up to be. Autobiographies of the characters? Cool. Dawn's just says, I'm a bitch, bye. No, I'm just kidding. On the subject of this, where she's saying it bothers her that she's not perfect and she can tell that. Pharmacy still uses faxes. My pharmacy has not gotten my medication in, so I'm just not taking Adderall because there's a shortage until they get it in. But on the subject of her saying that she can tell that it bothers her that she's not perfect, one of my favorite quotes that I think about all the time because it's really important to me because I struggle with that too is the quote, the John Steinbeck quote where he says, oh no, I'm probably going to mess up the quote. Now that you know you don't have to be perfect, you can start being good. I love that quote. Wednesday, 9:30. That's September the 30th, not 9:30 in the morning or night. Homeroom, way cool. I am totally blown away. The homecoming bash posters are up already. When did Christina do this? After school yesterday, I guess? The girl does not let grass grow under her feet. End book. They're gorgeous. And Vanish's name is splashed across the bottom in huge letters like this. Vanish, playing live at the homecoming bash. Me too. Yes, it's so good, isn't it? It's so helpful. Yeah, legal docs, yeah. I mean, it still has uses. We all make fun of fax machines for being so outdated, but there's still practical uses for it. This morning in the lobby, everyone's gathering around it. Rico is going nuts. Bruce and Patty are trying to be cool about it, but I can tell they're thrilled. Even Maggie has a smile on her face. I am so proud. Excuse me. I mean, just yesterday, we're this garage band. Well, you're still a garage band, but it's okay. And book playing music for fun, hanging out, nobody to hear us but ourselves. You're about to hit, it's what, 1998? It's about to be garage band season. Then comes the battle of the bands, and now we're pros. So what next? The sky's the limit. And she drew Vanish's first CD album. I visit the poster again after homeroom. Maggie, this is social studies. Maggie's there too. We gush. Kids are passing by saying they're happy that Vanish is playing, all very good for the ego. Then Maggie smiled as a slow fade. From behind me, I hear Justin's voice saying, hey, cool, or something. He's nodding. I nod. Maggie nods. We look like strange tropical birds in the zoo. After some small talk, we all go off to class. I have a hunch, N book. He still likes her. She still likes him. But something's off. They need to work it out. Maybe Dr. Fuentes does couples therapy. Math. I feel like you need to get past the first date before needing therapy if that relationship's gonna work out. Like, nothing wrong with therapy, but you know. Dawn, hee hee, I'm a terrible person. Extended release Adderall I got to try out, but it doesn't really work for me. I'm on a low dose because a higher dose was giving me the like racing heart side effects, but I think I need to go back up to the higher now that I've been on it for a few months and my body's been able to adjust. I've been on ADHD meds for a few months. Same, I've been on ADHD meds since last summer, I think. Can't remember the exact month I started. Today at lunch, Maggie's even more nervous than usual. She's having second thoughts about Dr. Fuentes. Are you sure this is a good idea? She asks. Dawn and I exchange a look. I repeat what Mommy has said about Dr. Fuentes. But what if it's not that big a problem? Maggie asks. What if I can solve it myself? If I go to the therapist, I might be making the whole... Nope, go to the therapist. Therapy is good. Do therapy. Thing bigger than it is, and then it could take longer to get over it. Well, what can I say, Endbook? I know she needs this, but I don't want to force her to do something she's not ready for. I'm sure you'll make the right decision, Dawn says. Thank you, Dawn. She's absolutely right. No, Dawn's never right. Dawn just wants to be a pacifist and take the easy way out for her. Maggie needs to decide, not me. She better decide right. If she cancels, I don't know what I'll do. Science. After math, just outside of class, Cece pulls me aside and asks what's the matter. She says I'm looking depressed. We start walking. I begin to tell her what's happening without mentioning Maggie's name. Then she elbows me in the ribs. Just because Brendan is heading towards us. He says hi. I say hi. He falls into step with us. I feel like Cece could figure out who she's talking about if, you know. People with EDs always think they're better at hiding it than they actually are. Sucker punched on. It's interesting, at least. Sounds like Dawn's book is at least interesting, even if it's about Dawn. In my pocket, pull out the copy of the Vanish rehearsal tape I made last night, and I give it to him. He lights up. Cool, I'll give it back tomorrow. It's yours, I say. Thanks. He's genuinely excited. Cece's raising her eyebrows. A gift, she says meaningfully. Brendan and I politely ignore her. We talk music, and then I see him, James the Unruly. He's standing against the wall, giving me the eye. Guess he's decided to remember who I am after all. Funny how he only does that when I'm with another guy. He's a bitch boy. Dawn Anthem is that Meredith Brooks song. I'm a bitch, I'm a lover, I'm a child, I'm a mother. I haven't thought about that song in ages. I'm a sinner, I'm a saint. I do not, I loved that song. My family went through a country phase growing up. I don't like country, but I do love that song. Although it's not true country, I guess. No, I can't spell things either, Derprex. I missed whatever the first message was anyway, so you're good. You have Jesse's book. I have Jessie and the Bad Babysitter. I have Jessie what's her last name? Jessie Ramsey Pet Sitter, and then I think I have maybe one more that's a Jessie story. I always look for them in Goodwill, and of course now that I'm looking for them, actually that's not true. I have found several of them. But I used to see them all the time, like in droves, and I never got them, and now that I'm looking for them, it's like, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so James is being creepy. He's jealous, it's obvious. If it weren't James, I might be flattered. I mean, jealousy means someone cares about you, right? No, it means he's a dick. Not with James. He thinks that once I've been his girlfriend, I couldn't possibly be attracted to anyone else. Like I care about Brendan. Anyway, like I care at all. Oh, it's probably in the mailbox. I need to go and get it. I was gonna go earlier this week, and then I started feeling under the weather, so. I came back from hanging out with my friends. Apparently, the guy I have a date with tomorrow. First date ever. Oh. James is clinically jelly. Scientific name. Scientific name jealousy. Yup. Party Boys book. Sorry about how yellow is. Oh, I don't care. Out of curiosity, which one is it? I love me some Nancy Drew Hardy Boys. Study hall. Maggie the yo-yo. Just now, in the hallway, she tells me she's been thinking about the session all day. Are you going? I asked. She gives me a funny look. I never said I wasn't. Yes. So, I'll meet you after school, I ask. Yeah, see you. She looks so sad as she walks off. End book, as if I'm taking her to a funeral. Have I forced her into this? No. She wouldn't be going if you were forcing her. It's hard to force somebody into that. Now even I'm starting to have doubts. And then it's a chalkboard with this is the right choice, this is the right choice, over and over and over again. It's in with Jesse's book. I will take a look. Thank you so much. It's probably fate that I will never own Nancy Drew Stay Tuned for Danger, the book from Nancy Drew Case Files, which they based the game off of. I have tried to order it twice from 2 different shops, and both times I ordered it, and then they sent me a thing being like, sorry, we no longer have this. And I'm like, what do you mean? Oh gosh, Natty, I'm sorry. God, I don't think I'd have it in me to tell somebody it was my first date. I can't find any Nancy Drew on campus. I found one the other day. I found one, but that's the only one. I don't think they made too many of them, but it was the only one it's the first and possibly the last one I've ever come across. I don't think they did very well as a series because they're kind of much lesser known than some of the other runs of books in the Nancy Drew diverse. No, he didn't. My friend who set me up ended up just telling me today. Oh my god. You're like, don't tell me that. 9:14 p.m. I'm exhausted, but I have to write this down and book, even if it takes me all night. Okay, I'm in the hallway after school waiting for Maggie. I see Ducky. He offers me a ride home. I don't want to tell him where I'm going, which would lead to why, so I say no. Then Maggie shows up. She's looking all glum and tortured. I can tell she's afraid. She's still second guessing. Girl, what's with you? Ducky asks. Nothing, Maggie mumbles. Please, please, please don't cry. I'm thinking, next thing you know, we're all in his car, me in the back and them in the front. Maggie first, I say. I call out Dr. Fuentes' address. Ducky, of course, is Ducky. He knows that's not where Maggie lives, and he can't stop asking questions. Who are you visiting? Anyone I know? He is such a mom or dad friend, you know? Maggie's giving him short answers, changing the subject. Ducky's saying a doctor, a dentist, a spiritual healer, a boyfriend. I'm cringing. Finally, Maggie says, a therapist, all right? I'm going to see a therapist, but that's between us 3 and Dawn. Oh. Ducky nods. Cool beans. Nobody says anything for a while. Good old Ducky has sized up the situation. He knows he needs to back off. He was just trying to make small talk. I hate when you try to make small talk. Oh, that kind of stuff is in Nancy Drew on campus? I've never read any of them. I guess we'll have to put some trigger warnings. I don't think we've ever had a Nancy Drew book go code level kitten before. Ooh. Alright. I hate when you're trying to make small talk and then it turns out you've accidentally hit like a colossal nerve and you're like, oh god, I didn't know. I was just trying to fill the time. Fuck off, Anne. Nobody loves you. Sorry. The ads pay me so I can spend more time doing this and less time working other jobs, which the ads on these specific ones don't, on the live streams, don't pay me that much, but it does add up. And it's a small channel, so, you know, we kind of rely on whatever income we get. Finally, he says, it would be great to know about a new therapist. Maggie looks concerned. Are you having problems too? Ducky says, no, I'm fine. It's for Alex, for future reference. He's been playing musical therapists. One of these days... Oh, sorry. He's been playing musical therapists. Oh, like musical chairs, like getting up and moving and leaving. Okay. One of these days he'll find someone who works, so I'm collecting names. I'm thinking, hey, I should be a referral service. We pull up to Dr. Fuentes' house. Maybe instead of the babysitters club, they could have the therapy club, and people could call them and they could get a therapist for whatever they need. We pull up to Dr. Fuentes' house. It's medium-sized, nice. The office is in a small wing off to the side. Maggie steps out. Ducky and I wish her good luck. We'll pick you up, Ducky. Volunteers, how long's the session? 45 minutes, I say. Maggie's staring at me. She looks scared. You're not leaving? A statement, not a question. I'm not? No way, Amalia. I need you. I know I should drive off with Ducky for Maggie's own good. This is her life, her session. She'll be stronger if she faces her problems on her own. She may want to admit things to Dr. Fuentes that she wouldn't admit to me, but panic is shooting across her face. Panic and fear and surprise as if I'm betraying her, abandoning her. I can't bear to leave her like that, so I stay. We wave to Ducky as he drives off. We walk up the path through the office door and into a small waiting room. No one else is there, just a stack of magazines on a coffee table, off to the side. Behind a closed door, we hear muffled voices. A white noise machine is hissing on the floor, but it doesn't block out all of the sound. Maggie paces. I sit and pretend to read magazines. Soon, Dr. Fuentes' patient leaves. A few moments later, Dr. Fuentes leans out of her office door. She's dressed in a rust and gold silk patterned skirt and a billowy white blouse. Her eyes are big and still and brown, her smile warm and wide. She asks Maggie in, making sure to say hi to me. Then she begins to close the door. Can she come in too? Maggie asks. Perhaps you'd feel freer if you were alone, Dr. Fuentes says. No, Maggie answers. I won't. I know it. Dr. Fuentes looks at me. I'm standing there. Duh. Well, it's not my usual procedure, Dr. Fuentes says, but if Amalia has the time. Okay, I squeak. Maggie smiles. I walk in. There are 2 seats and a kind of bed sofa thing. No back cushions, just a big headrest and pillow at one end. Dr. Fuentes sits on one of the seats, Maggie on the other. Sometimes it's nice just to have someone to walk you in. Yeah, that's true. Not the iPod case. Mostly, you have to find a therapist for you. Yeah, you need to find one that you click with. I've never seen a therapy couch in real life either. The closest I got was my friend as a hypnotherapist, and I almost fell asleep on her couch in her house while she was doing a session with me. All right. By the way, she draws this. This is them in the office. We get a nice picture. Looks like that's the therapist. That's Maggie, and that is Amalia in the middle. The only one who's relaxed is Dr. Fuentes. Now what? I'm supposed to lie on the bed? I sit on it, the edge. I feel like I'm the one in therapy. A minute or two of small talk, then Dr. Fuentes opens a notebook and takes a pen in hand. Maggie starts talking and talking. I'm waiting for the tale of gloom and bloom. And she's yakking away as if life is great. She's telling Dr. Fuentes about the good stuff, the adventures of her brother, Zeke, her pets, her school projects, her songwriting, Inner Vistas, the school literary magazine she edits. Dr. Fuentes seems totally entertained. Me too. I feel like I'm beginning to know her more. Maggie moves on to the details of her life. Her piano lessons, her singing, Vanish, the battle of the bands, and I'm beginning to realize something. She's stalling. She's here to talk about a problem, and she hasn't even touched the subject. Well, you gotta warm up to it, to be fair. I look at the clock. 37 minutes have gone by. The session is supposed to last only 45. Ah, Dr. Fuentes hasn't said much at all. Just, and well. And how does that make you feel? Finally, when Maggie runs out of breath, Dr. Fuentes puts down her notebook. Maggie, it sounds to me like a wonderful life. Maggie nods. I mean, what 13-year-old girl wouldn't trade with you in a minute? Maggie nods again. The glamour, the parties, the music. I'd say you were a lucky kid. No, this can't be happening. My stomach is sinking. This is her therapy? Telling Maggie that her life is perfect? Things aren't as bad as they seem? They are bad. That's the point. Look at her body, I want to scream out. It's dawning on me that Dr. Fuentes is just like everyone else. She sees a rich girl and assumes that nothing could possibly be the matter. She's got a strategy. They always get you like that. And I'm thinking, Mommy was wrong. Going to Dr. Fuentes is a big, big mistake. I'm not done yet, but I'm beat. More tomorrow and book. Thursday, 10/1 morning. It's October now. Way, way early. Back again. Where was I? Dr. Fuentes' office? Maggie had just been told things are great. She doesn't like this at all. Her smile vanishes. All right, we've got some illustrations used. Top by herself, she has to get in there. Lower her guard a little, yeah. Hey Milo, I've been I'm confused. Wait, what's confusing? Sorry. Did I read something and make it confusing? Alright. So she says, well, my life is not perfect. I'm not like Amalia's family. Have you tried living with Saint Isabel and her utterly annoying adventures with Big Tooth Lover Boy? She's thinking to herself. I know Amalia's family. They don't have a fancy pool and a chauffeur and private teachers. Or fights over piano lessons and what's the right music to play. They don't have a piano. Pianos are expensive. Money isn't everything. What is everything, Maggie? She draws her G's in such a strange way my brain does not want to compute, sorry. Who would vote for Nancy and Ned to break up? Literally all of us, and they did break up in that last comic book that we read, and so I couldn't have been happier. Oh, the therapist is just letting her talk and just letting her go down her own train of thought so that she can realize for herself where the problems in her life are. Like, therapists, not that I'm a therapist, but therapists don't sit you down and go, here's what you need to do. They let you talk and talk until you talk yourself into making the revelation. A good one, anyway, in my opinion. Yes, they broke up in the comics. I was very happy. All right. What's everything, Maggie? A functional family, a house with some privacy, where Hollywood people in power suits and power and oh my god, I cannot read. Amalia, girl. I just genuinely can't read this word. Aren't wandering around drooling over the antiques, a dad who comes home before midnight once in a while, a mom who doesn't wake you up at 3 a.m. so drunk she can't see, a life without always performing, playing the Chopin. Maggie, sing for Mr. Franz. Um, go get your haiku that won the contest. Bring us your report card. A day that you can be lazy and not think about the other kids who are pulling ahead of you because they're working hard at that moment. A day when you don't worry about your singing voice, your hair, your skin, your fat. The therapist says. Okay, now we go back. She says it just like that, gently. Not a question, not a ridicule, just a word. Fat. That's how I feel, Maggie explains. I have this problem with eating. It's like torture to me. I hate the sight of food. I hate the sight of myself when I was 110 pounds. I wanted to be 105 pounds. When I was 105, I wanted to be 100. I feel like nothing comes easy to me. Not weight, not school, not friends. I need tissue. Hang on. Ah, I'm not crying. I just still have. Therapists usually have strategies. Oh, yeah. In my book, they'll always be broken up because she'll always be with Frank Hardy or just single. She's always better off without Ned, no matter what else happens. Oh, that poor girl. I know, right? Readers voted for Jason Todd dying over the phone? How did I never know that? Jason Todd is great. I'm not even a really big, like, DC girl, but yeah, Jason Todd's great. Basically, the Batman universe is, like, the only thing I would take from the DC EU. Everything else is just eh, in my opinion, but that's just my opinion. It's my opinion. Sorry. Um, it's 10:43 and I'm getting loopy. I've got Benadryl in my system. Yeah, he was actually pretty controversial when he was originally introduced as Robin. Interesting. I have not read the Webtoons Bat Family comics. I've never really read much of any Webtoons for a long time. Um, I'm finally breaking down and starting Lore Olympus, possibly for a video, but also, I don't know. I don't know if anybody wants a video on Lore Olympus, but I like Jason Todd Red Hood. Yes, please. Okay. It'll be for a video. People were mad about him taking the mantle from Dick Grayson, but people came up with all sorts of reasons saying he was annoying or a bad sidekick or whatever. I do love that when people in fandom just don't like something, and instead of just being like, I don't like it, they have to come up with all these reasons why everybody shouldn't like it. It's like, okay, you can not like the thing. Like, and just be like, I don't like that character. Um, she says just like, that's how I feel, Maggie explains. Maggie, Dr. Fuentes says, what does come easily to you? What do you really enjoy? Maggie thinks a moment. Writing. My poems, my songs. I mean, I'm not that good at it, but I love it. I get lost in myself like I'm in a private little room where everything's perfect, she sighs. Sometimes I just wish I could stay there. Why don't you? I can't be lazy all the time. I have work to do. You can't be the best if you're locked away from reality. And you have to be the best. I try. And what happens if you're not the best? Maggie's looking annoyed. I don't think about that. The world would end? No, but things would, I don't know, fall apart. Your grades? Yes. Your lessons? Yes. Your band? Yes. Your family? Yes. Your body too? Maggie opens her mouth to say yes, but nothing comes out. I can tell the connection has hit home. Her eyes have become red. You don't get it, Maggie says. You don't have my family. You don't have the pressure of what? Of having to fix things? Of having to make it all better? Being the shining star, the one who makes everyone smile? We Blooms may be falling apart, but Maggie's acing her exams and playing a recital and singing in a band and winning awards and looking thin and beautiful. Is that it? Maggie's shoulders heave a bit. She shudders. Don't cry, I'm thinking. Maggie is a rock. She never lets her anger. Did you use your kitty door? In. Good girl. Come on, Perry. Hi, Perry. Say hi, Perry. Tell everybody, Perry. Say, I use my cat door all by myself. The death was so sad, a lot of people regretted their choice. It was around the time Superman Returns came out. Hi, Perry. Good job, Perry. Here, virtual pets. Wait, what? What happened? Wait, what? You actually got her cat? Yes, I did. I straight up put a cat door in my bedroom door because I was so tired of her. She wakes me up in the middle of the night, banging on the door and like throwing herself at the handle trying to get in, and I'm always getting up and down while I'm on stream because she wants to be in and out. So yes, I absolutely did that. I am the cat lady of Atlanta, of the East, of East Atlanta. Also, teaching our bougie indoor cats to use a cat door has been hilarious. Turns out you can get cat doors on Amazon for like $15. Oh, you're gonna lay down? Okay. Please don't hit anything that's gonna stop anything. Please don't type anything. She's the cat lady, yes. You know, on the show Atlanta where he's like, does he really have an alligator? Yes, sir. That's the alligator man. That's me, but input cat lady. She really have 4 cats? Yes, sir. That's the cat lady. Oh, Perry, you're scrolling through chat. Oh, Perry! Perry! Can you lay not on this, please? Can you do that? I know. You think it's your personal heater, but it's not. She said, my computer. It is not your computer. It's not. You're not the one doing all the editing in this house. Guess now we have our own cat for cat stream. Where was I? Maggie is a rock. She never lets her anger or sadness or frustration show. Seeing her like this is scary. Then I realized something, Endbook. Now I'm being like everyone else. I'm expecting her to be perfect. You don't like to cry, do you? Dr. Fuentes asks softly. Maggie shakes her head. You hate when everything feels out of control, especially your emotions. Maggie nods. Then finally she breaks down into sobs, kind of pent up and squeaky at first, then louder until she's practically gasping for air. I walk over to her and put my arm around her shoulder. We rock back and forth. I'm pretty weepy myself. I know it's time to end the session, but Dr. Fuentes doesn't mention it. Finally, Maggie says in a tiny voice, "You're right. Maggie, some things are beyond our control," Dr. Fuentes says softly. "You can't solve everyone's problems. You can't... yours are hard enough." "I want to get better," Maggie says. Dr. Fuentes nods. "I believe you. You're here. That means you want to change, which is a good thing, because anorexia can be very serious." Maggie blanches. "What can I do?" "First of all, realize it may take a while," Dr. Fuentes replies. "What's causing the problem, the tension, the family trouble, none of that will magically disappear." Which means what? I don't get better until it does? No, you can get better. In our next session, we'll begin mapping out a plan to put Maggie, Perry... She is just straight up laying on this keyboard. Perry, you're gonna, like, turn my sound off. Me not taking others' problems. Not making them mine. Yep, that's a big one for me, too. Yep. Do not try to pull up the keys. I need those keys. Well, I don't need those keys as much as, like, those keys, but I'd like to keep all the keys. Oh, Perry, you're scrolling through chat, Perry. Miss Eileen's housewife tagline: "I have one grip on the Hennessy and no grip on reality." No! Alright, Perry, just don't do anything stupid, okay? This chunk. She is solid. We love her. Okay. Put Maggie first. Friday sound okay? Sure, Maggie shoots back. Meanwhile, try not to be so hard on yourself, Maggie. That's step one. And remember, we're born to eat. Our bodies want food and they deserve it. Okay, Maggie murmurs. The session has gone way over time, and Dr. Fuentes leads us back to the waiting room. She shakes hands with both of us and says to Maggie, "Beautiful people attract beautiful friends." That end book is her goodbye. Funky kitty. Shawl I'm making. I saw a picture of it on the Discord. It looks great. Okay, this one is a little bit of the tears and a little bit of the... Well, actually, it's mostly allergies, but still. Don't cry. I'm not crying. Really. It's like a mini cry. Homeroom. Yesterday, as we leave the session with Dr. Fuentes, everything seems fine. Maggie's happy. Her smile. Perry, you're getting your claws stuck in everything. Maggie's happy. Her smile is back. I realize I'd practically forgotten what it looked like. Ducky's waiting for us outside, and she flies into the car. "So how'd it go?" he asks. "Fine," Maggie says. "She's a good therapist, Ducky, for future reference." She doesn't go into detail, and Ducky doesn't pry. I give him credit for that. Well, we're all in a good mood until we reach Maggie's neighborhood. Somewhere around Pine Canyon Road, her smile disappears. You let the snot gates run loose. The snot gates are already loose. I don't need the crying on top of that. Ducky and I, so her smile disappears. Ducky and I both notice it. We start telling jokes, trying to lighten it up. But when she gets out of the car and says goodbye, her face is all glum. She's worried. She's home. I can tell she'd rather be anywhere else in the world. Later on, I call Dawn and tell her what happened. Dawn is amazed that I stayed for the session. Yeah, because Dawn sucks and would never do something selfless for her friend. Perry, if you turn off this stream, I swear to everything that is holy. Suck it, Dawn. But she's glad I did. She tells me I'm a great friend. I don't see... That's what those look like, Dawn, yeah. I don't see Maggie again until this morning at the lockers. She's subdued. She mentions that she likes Dr. Fuentes, but doesn't seem to want to say much more than that. I hope this works, Endbook. I hope the atmosphere at her house doesn't ruin everything. Study hall. Brendan spots me with you in homeroom, Endbook. The bell has already rung, and I'm still writing. He's not snooping or anything, just waiting for me. When I finish, he asks, "Are you okay? You're looking sad." "I'm fine." "And you didn't say hi. You always say hi." He smiles, "Even to me." "Just even to me." "Oh, just busy," I say, "with plans." Ducky also needs therapy. Yes, all of these kids need therapy. All of them. Perry, you just sacked out? Just straight up? "Well, Amalia, I'm surprised you stayed for the session. I thought you had to pick up your many brothers and sisters from your... Oh my god. God damn. Oh, get over yourself and stop being a bitch. If it fits, I sit. Ugh, it's not the fitting part that's the problem. It's the pushing of keys and potentially ending the stream. We already have enough tech problems already. I don't need Perry tag teaming with the tech ghost. Just busy, I say, with plans for the homecoming bash, which isn't totally true yet, but it will be. We walk out of class together. He's being so friendly to me, and when we start talking about Vanish, he's totally enthusiastic, asking all about our set lists and saying nice things about the tape. I can tell he's trying to cheer me up, unless it's more than that. Do you think he's flirting with me, Endbook? Should I care? Nah, he's a guy. He fits that qualification for my no guys policy. Nothing he says will make a difference. One James is enough for a lifetime. That's not fair. Brendan does seem a lot nicer than James, although James seemed a lot nicer than James at first. Isn't that the truth? Getting around parental consent for the shrink. I don't know. I wonder what therapists do, because some people need therapy because of their parents when they're still in school. So, like, I don't know. Maybe you don't need parental consent. I don't know. Maybe you don't need a parent to sign off on it. Backhand combo. Oh yeah, Dawn is a Karen in training for sure. So you never. James seemed a lot nicer than James at first, so you never know. Underage, see shrink. You need parents to sign a consent form. Consent for treatment. Nope, neither of her parents have signed off. But I think her dad knows what's up. He just doesn't know what to do about it. Because none of the parents in this are very good. High school when I started. And as long as your healthcare covers it, you're fine. Yeah, I think they only have to report to the parents if, like, the kid is, like, thinking about, like, self-deletion, if you know what I mean, you know? I don't think they have to, like, have the parents sign off. He called her out as if it was just like, oh, you're just not eating because you're so stuck up. Like, he wasn't very helpful at all. Animorph parents, best parents. Even Visser 1, in Visser 1 form, is still a better parent than most of the Goosebump and California Diaries parents. Except for maybe Dawn's parents, and they're totally wasted on Dawn. You have to be 13 or older to make a choice for health, safety, and in regards. Okay, so yeah, she's old enough to do that. Whoop. Hi, Perry. Yeah, Maggie is 13, almost 14, so I think we're fine. Whoop. What are we doing? Can we sit, please? Can we stay still, please? Yeah, it's probably different state to state, too. Oh, later on, Cece asked me why I'm so hostile to Brendan. Can you believe this, N book? She was spying on us. I tell her I wasn't hostile. I didn't feel hostile. Maybe, matter of fact, that's all. Excuse me. She says Brendan's cute and nice, and she's positive he likes me. I tell her I'm not in a boyfriend mode. Excuse me. Hey, if she's interested, I won't stand in the way. But she's not. At least I don't think so. Ooh, competition. Oh, N book, I don't know what's going on. This is in rehearsal. I don't believe in miracle cures. I'm a realistic person, but shouldn't Maggie be feeling a little better? I mean, we have not gotten through one whole song without stopping for her. Perry? And Mr. 3. Resistant child? Nope. Sorry, did I pet you incorrectly? I apologize. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, hang on, guys. Perry, I love you, but I need you to get off the computer. You can stay up on the I almost called this a counter. It's not a counter. On the desk, but you gotta stay out of trouble. Okay. Her throat's dry. The keyboard keys are sticky. She's forgotten the words, the cues. She can't hit the high notes. The homecoming bash is in 10 days. We're supposed to be getting tighter. Maybe the garage is too crowded and noisy. Dawn's here. Oh, well, that explains it. Dawn ruins everything. Yeah, she did save Marco and the gang just to be petty with Vista 3, and we love to see that. Yeetus, deletus, yep. Marina, Bruce's cousins from Fresno, Patty's parents. Should I throw everyone out? No, this is a rock band. They're supposed to perform for noisy crowds. Maybe it's Justin. Harry, please stop clawing furniture. Is he making her nervous? What's going on? Dawn is shooting me looks. I'm going to talk to her. Don't go away. Sorry, didn't mean to be gone so long. Lots to report. First, I used to do that all the time, apologizing to my notebook for taking a long time to update as if the notebook knows or cares. First, I meet Dawn at the trough. All right. I meet Dawn at the trough. Where the Chavez's are setting up for break and eating. The band is in the middle of Fallen Angel. Dawn's about to say something, but the music suddenly stops. Sorry, Maggie calls out. She's massaging her neck, looking pained. My fault. Rico's removing his guitar strap. He seems tired. Let's break, guys, okay? Everyone heads to the trough, except Maggie. She's at the keyboard, just sitting. Dawn and I walk over to her. I know, I sound terrible. You don't have to tell me, is the illustration of Maggie sitting at the keyboard. Dawn tries to talk to her. I try to talk to her. Nothing works. She's a nervous wreck about the bash, which she is now calling her professional debut. She's magnifying this end book. She's digging herself into such a deep hole. I don't know how she'll get out. Now Justin decides to get into the act. He's walking towards us now, a half-eaten donut in his hand. I figure former crush plus junk food equals just what Maggie doesn't need. But he's being very sweet, saying, don't worry, you sound great, you look great, you're going to steal the show, yada yada. Dawn, ooh, a Seinfeld reference. Dawn and I jump on the pro Maggie bandwagon. We're all complimenting her, persisting. Maggie's nodding her head, listening hard. At one point, Justin gently touches her arm. Hey, let's just let the music take control. Oh, what was that song? Let the music play. You won't get away. Do you guys remember the song from Disney Radio Disney? Anyway, she flinches a little. What's with these two, end book? Soon the band heads back. Rico plays the opening chords to Hey Down There, and Maggie misses her entrance. Dawn and I are looking at each other. The homecoming bash is crashing before our eyes. Then the song starts again. Maggie's stiff as a plank. She looks as if she's taking a math exam, but something happens when she begins the lyrics. Maybe it's because she wrote it. Maybe it's the topic, a girl who can't give herself comfort and love until she steps outside of herself. Whatever. As the emotion takes over, Maggie leans into the keyboard. Her eyes close, but her fingers aren't missing a note. The chatting in the garage peters out, then it stops. Maggie's voice is soaring. The words are ringing clear and urgent, yet somehow they look like a whisper in deepest confidence. Yet they sound like a whisper in deepest confidence. I'm so swept up, I don't want the song to end, and when it does, the garage is dead silent. Maggie's hands are resting on the last chord. Her eyes still closed. When she opens them, she looks a little bewildered, as if she's just awoken from a dream, in a place she didn't expect to be. I think Justin is the first to start clapping. I know I'm the first to cheer out loud, but in a second, we're all screaming and whistling and stomping our feet. Rico plants a big wet one on Maggie's cheek. She's turning red. She did it, Dawn yells. I have to sit down. The tension has turned me into a sack of jangled nerves. Music makes you lose control. Oh god, what was it called? Honestly, I do the same earlier today as my mom. The mannequin hates being chained, but not against their will. I'll think of it. Give me a second. You guys remember Psych? Take on me. I never, ever, ever hear that song without thinking of that scene. It's not that, but that's a good one, Daniel. But I'm relieved. For the first time all night, I'm thinking she can do it. She knows, you know what? The rest of the songs are just as good. The band even plays through just And even plays through the scheduled break, and they never miss a trip to the trough. When I call the end of rehearsal, we give them a standing ovation. You finally got your mojo working, Mr. Chavez shouts. Must be some 70s term. Note to me, find out what a mojo is. That's cute. Everyone's happy. Maggie's happy. I'm really happy, mainly because of Maggie, but also because of the band. I hate to admit this, Endbook, but I haven't heard them sound this good since James was kicked out. For the first time, I don't miss his playing. So I'm dancing around, praising everybody, telling them the homecoming bash is going to be fantastic. And for some reason, I start thinking about Brendan. I don't know why. Then I see Maggie. She's talking to Justin and Dawn. She's beaming. Thank God. Why am I picturing a teenage Brendan Fraser? Fraser? It's Fraser. It's not Fraser. Oh. Childhood flashbacks to the 2000s. I'm trying to think of what. What are the lyrics? Anyway, let me get back to the book. Wednesday 10/7 study hall. Hey, remember me, Endbook? Don't be hurt. After last week, I needed a break from writing. When did she last write? She last wrote on rehearsal day, which was... When did she write the date? Homeroom. So it's been like less than a week. She's fine. Okay, update the latest headlines. Flash, Vanish looking good. Friday's rehearsal, sizzles. Saturday is a little ragged. Sunday, we rest. Monday, we're hot again. Only 3 more days, Endbook. Maggie's singing much better, still slipping in and out, though. Saturday's rough for her. Some big fight between Mr. and Mrs. Bloom the night before, I gather. Uh-oh. Anyway, right after This Is War, I discover, Flash, Justin still cares. About Maggie, that is. He leans over to me as Rico's tuning his guitar and asks, is she okay? He's got this really concerned look in his eyes. Last week, I suspected he liked her. Now I'm sure. Maybe Maggie will get a second chance with him after all. Or maybe he's just concerned as a friend, but I hope for her sake they have another chance. It's his face and a little heart on a card, I guess. Or in a box, I'm not exactly sure. Anyway, I tell Justin that Maggie's fine, and in case you're wondering, Flash! Puente's still major force in Bloom's life. Well, a force anyway. Before Friday's session, though, Maggie almost freaks out. Poppy has said I can't go with her because Tio Luis is taking the family out to Cafe Con Leche. Mommy says that Maggie should go by herself anyway. Breaking the news to Maggie is not easy, but she ends up going and surviving just fine and going back on Monday. She says she's not feeling much of an improvement yet, but she's learning a lot about herself. Dr. Fuentes is helping her plan meals with the advice of a nutritionist. Oh, guess what? I finally asked how she's paying for this. Turns out her father is paying. Maggie just tells him she's seeing a therapist and he doesn't bat an eye. Huh, okay. She does not, however, tell him why she's going. Oh, he's not even plugged in. He's like, okay, therapist, somebody else to take care of my kid, not me. I don't have to be emotionally there for my kid. That's great. I wish she were eating more by now. She's not. Frustrating. It's gonna take time. We are almost at the end, guys. Yes! Let the music play. He won't get over. That's the one. That's the one. Again, voice too trash to sing, but yes, I could hear it in my head. Let's keep going. Let the Music Play by Shannon. Yes, yes it is. Yes it is. At least it's okay with therapists because my bio dad don't even understand how anxiety works. Oh, you get the whole, just stop being anxious. Just be more think positively, you know? You're really being ungrateful right now. You get one of those. I'm so sorry if that's true. I'm also sorry if that was triggering. I realized that was a little on the nose. Music makes you lose control. I'm always hearing music over the radio at work. My mom and dad are Gen X, so they love them some 80s music. Like, I don't get why you can't just calm down and not think about things. Yeah, well, it's funny because there's this thing in my brain called a chemical imbalance, father. Land discount store. Hi, Paulo. But haven't had the chance to say hey. So hey. Hi, Paulo. Good to see you. Thank you for that watch time. I really appreciate it. It really does help. What am I gonna do? Where am I gonna read from is the better question. Oh, I saw it say, what am I gonna do? In my brain auto did a thing. Okay, hang on. You know, N-Book, sometimes I still don't get it. I mean, eating seems so easy, like walking or breathing. Maggie can play the piano, ace math exams, sing, but a simple thing like put food in mouth? I guess it's just not so simple for some people. Maybe I'll never fully understand it. I just tell myself if she needs to take it slow, she needs to take it slow. At least she's on the right track. Oh, one last flash. Just a mini. Brendan is no longer a guy. Guys are in the doghouse. Brendan has moved out. In my estimation, he has risen to another level. He has become a pal. Pals have certain qualities not found in mere guys. They don't deceive, they don't think only about themselves, they listen, they're thoughtful and friendly, and have senses of humor. They're more like girls. Not that Brendan is like a girl. He's not. It's just that in the quality of his personality, why am I explaining this to myself? I know what I mean. Anyway, the other day, Brendan brings me a tape. You said this was going to be a short flash, Amalia. This is longer than short. Brings me a tape. A mix he's made. I miss mixtapes. Like when people did them more often. What's this for, I asked? Just playing you back for the Vanish tape, he says. Nice, huh? That's what I mean. He's different. In homeroom, too. Not so stiff and shy. Lately, he slips me these corny notes, jokes like, when it comes to homeroom, I can't take it or I can take it or leave it, because the name of the teacher is Leave It. 1111, make a wish! I didn't say the thing. What did I not say? Oh, the time? I missed the time. I was reading. Just admit you like him. He's not a guy. He's a man. I'm just thinking of Hades. She's like, he's smart and he's sweet and he's a guy. That's what I mean. He's different in homeroom too. Not so stiff and shy. Lately, he slips me these corny notes. When it comes to homeroom, I can take it or leave it. Real groaners, but that's okay. They're cute. Plus, he likes my friends, especially Sunny, who flirts with him when she. Oh, we actually get to hear from Sunny. Sunny's still hanging out. That's good to know. She's actually in homeroom, which isn't that often. When I introduced him to Maggie, she's thrilled. He loved her voice on the tape. And believe it or not, he has never heard of Hayden Bloom, which makes Maggie appreciate him even more. You don't know my douchey producer dad? I like you. be a man. Don't sing Mulan. Don't sing the Mulan song. Oh, it's in my head. I don't want to make a big deal of this end book. I just mean to say that he's a change of pace from the guys that have become familiar to me at Vista. It's refreshing to be around someone who's newer in the school than I am. It's good for my self-esteem. All right, we've got, not an illustration, but we've got this to look at. End book, I am red, furious. Look at this. Look what I find today in my locker. Yukon run, but Yukon tide. You know who. What the fuck? Like, I need this 2 days before our biggest concert, 2 days before my debut as manager of a professional rock group, when I have to worry about buying spare electrical cords, fixing mics, making sure the risers are set up, keeping my best friend and lead singer happy and healthy. Arrgh! This is not cute, James Codley. Oh, that's his name, right? I forgot. Because I saw Codley before, and I was like, what does Codley mean? It's his name. Why do I bother keeping his notes and book? Am I perverse or what? I know. Why I do it. Keep them for the police record, if anything else. Not that the police are overabundantly helpful, but, you know, we could try. Amalia, tell someone, right? Please, Amalia. What's up, Daniel? I missed something again, I'm sorry. Keep them as evidence, yes. Where's my drink? Hang on. Yes, evidence. Yep. I watch a lot of true crime. You document everything. Amalia better go to San Diego or his ass and drag him literally, right? You're right. Why do I bother keeping the notes? I know why I do it, because I might need them as evidence. There we go! For something, I don't know what. Oh, you know what the translation is? You can run, but you can't hide. It takes me practically the whole day to figure that out. It takes you practically the whole day? You can run, but you can... Yeah, it's just like a Nancy Drew word thing from the first game. Go to town on his ass, Amalia. Violence is sometimes the answer. Violence is the question, and the answer is yes. In this particular case, Amalia. Oh, so sweet. He sure knows how to win a girl's heart. Whenever I see James in the hall, I feel angry. I can't even look at him. He acts as if nothing has happened. Jerk. Creep. Sicko. Okay, enough space wasted. This topic is closed. I like that she drew his face with an X through it. James kind of looks like Jonathan Taylor Thomas, or has the hair anyway, it looks like. I like that she's understanding that he's not worth the space in her notebook. From here on out, all I will think about is the homecoming bash. Friday, 10-9, social studies. The mic's not ready at the shop. No spares. Risers are too small. We have to move some of the equipment onto the dance floor. Rico's home with a cold. Oh, what's that like? Oh, and we're going to have to set up around cheerleading practice. Can you believe this? Sue his ass out of existence. Oh, yes, the sarcasm with Amalia's sarcasm is great. There's a picture of them running, and I like the leaping in a frenzy. Bye, gotta pretend to study. Study hall. Before lunch. Before lunch, I call Rico. He'll be okay. Also, his dad has an old mic left over from his band, but I'm still worried as I walk to lunch. I love Rico's parents. They're adorable. Dawn and Maggie are waiting for me, and we get in line. I must be complaining pretty loudly because behind us I hear, "What happened? Aren't you guys going to play?" It's Brendan sliding his tray down the line next to mine. I mean, I don't want to go to the bash if you're not playing, he explains. Smooth, Brendan. I tell him everything. I tell him everything will work out. Then I start loading my tray. I glance ahead at Maggie. She has taken a folded sheet of paper from her pocket. She reads it carefully, then chooses a cup of soup, a green salad, and a breadstick. Progress. Yes, progress. As we leave the line, Brendan and Maggie are chatting about music. Maggie asks him to sit with us. He looks totally flustered, like, who, little old me? I say, what's the matter? Haven't you ever eaten lunch with a star? Maggie elbows me. I run to grab a table. Sorry, I keep saying Brendan, which is not his name. It's Brendan, but I have bread and soup. Yay! I have a friend named Brennan, and he's really chill, and so that's what I'm thinking. So my brain is taking that one letter out and calling him Brennan, but it's Brendan here. Brendan sits next to me. Mostly we talk about the bash. I'm in a crazy mood. Feisty. Dawn says she's glad it isn't a date kind of party. Since when, Dawn? You just got back to town and you don't have a date. That's the only reason why. Shut up, Dawn. I'm glad she's putting him out of her mind and drawing boundaries, but that's healthy behavior for a normal breakup. Oh, yeah. I keep getting ads of the political party I want to vote against. Yup, I get that too. I need to go in and see if there's a way to deactivate those. I know there's a way that you can deactivate certain companies from advertising on your stuff. I need to really try to target the Republican political ads. You deserve to go alone, Dawn. This is a stalker threatening you. We're well past don't give him attention. Yep. Amalia is giving me mean girls. Why are you so obsessed with me vibes? With Maggie. Yep. Brendan is my brother's name, but my mother spelt it so weird that I never used the real spelling online because it would be very easy to find him. That's fair. Is it like the traditional like Irish way of saying it or Scottish? I can never remember which names are Irish and which names are Scottish. Go to the authorities. I'm not even crazy about the police, but even I I'm like, go to the police. Nah, my mom just made it up. Fair enough. Don't let people get away with certain behaviors. Oh yeah, no. On the principle of things, I would want to go tell the police. I have a friend. I think we've told this story before, and obviously it's gonna stay anonymous, but my friend was working on this set, and the set, there was like a malfunction, and basically, to make a long story short, a piece of furniture fell on them and like bruised 3 of their ribs. And then they were just like, I need to go to the medic because they were in pain and they thought maybe they had broken their ribs. And then the crew made them feel bad about going to the medic. And so then they finally go, and the medic is like, "Hey, you're fine. Just here's some ice. Walk it off," acting like they're overreacting. And then they were like, "Hey, I need to file a report because this needs to be on the record." And they were like so shady. They did not want this on the record. It was so creepy. Me, excuse me. Since when? Stupid grin on his face. Well, I wasn't sure. I thought you didn't want to. The police are sometimes a valid choice. Not often, but sometimes. Yes. And this is one of those rare occasions where it's like, nope, go to the police. I mean, in reality, they probably won't do that much. More than two. I know you guys have more than two. And also, like, what's considered, like, far left progressive is pretty much just considered centrist there. Like, in America, you're considered, like, a radical leftist if you, like, believe that the government should provide healthcare. And Canadians are just like, well, yeah, of course. Are there people that don't believe that? What? Legal advice immediately. Then the crew would have been kissing ass. So, fun fact, they filled out a form, which they're sure got thrown in the trash, but they were just trying to make a record because they were like, you know, if this ever happens again, I just want it to be on the record that this happened, you know, blah, 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 blah. And basically, like, they had no intention of going to the police or anything, legal action or anything like that. They just wanted it to be known that this was an accident, it happened, and I got hurt because of it. It wasn't anybody's particular fault, the way that they saw it. They got a call from the producer or from somebody high up that night being like, if you contact OSHA, we'll make sure you never work in this town again, which is not legal. And they're just like, I wasn't going to, but this is super shady. Oh yeah, it was a what the fuck moment. Oh good, Derprex, yay. I would have contacted a lawyer immediately. I probably would have too. I think she was just exhausted at that point. I think that's what it was. But yeah. Yeah. Yep, and that particular set has a bit of a reputation for dangerous things happening over there and not having adequate responses to them. Which is not surprising if they acted like that. I'm not going to say which one just because I don't want the person that I know to potentially get in trouble for telling me to then tell you. And plus this way I can tell the story, and if said set were to be angry about it, they'd be outing themselves, so sorry. But yeah, it was a big deal. Where was I? Oh, my neck. Oh my god. Anonymously call OSHA. I think it's one of those things where at this point it was years ago now. It's just one of those things where it's like some sets just put people in danger and do not care about that. Okay. Ends up being the same, only the guys don't have to buy flowers, I say. That's the only thing I'll miss. Flowers. Maggie says it would be perfect if the guys brought the flowers anyway, but it was still a non-date party. I say, why not just have them bring the flowers, then go home? Soon we're laughing a lot. But Brendan's looking lost and uncomfortable, so Maggie starts asking him questions. Where did you live, etc. I, the big mouth, end up answering some of them. Brendan lets me. He doesn't say much at all. He never likes to talk about himself or his family, just music. The boy still needs to loosen up, and book. We'll work on him. He's just a bit of a fixer-upper. Sorry, I had to. In case I'm calling OSHA right now. No, it's one of those things where it's just like, yeah, movie sets, people think about them as these very glamorous places, but they are construction sites, quite literally. Like, things are being broken down and built up all the time. You can very much get hurt. I have not worn open-toed shoes in years because it's obviously not something you can wear on set. It's dangerous. I had a grip, or I saw a grip yell at somebody for being like, You're wearing sandals. This thing could take your whole foot off. What the fuck are you thinking? And I've never worn them since then. Admit it, girl, you like him. She does like him. Hollywood can be as shady as politics. It's funny when they pick on each other because it's basically the black calling kill black. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like there's a lot of really good people that work in the industry, but there's a lot of money that just is riding on things working out, and all it takes is one producer that cares about that money more than people's safety, and it can become a very toxic situation. There are lots of sets that I've been on that are not that, but so much money. Oh my god, so much money. We do give a lot of power to those with wealth. Anyway, we're almost done. It is 11:36. Ends up being the same, only the guys don't have to buy flowers, I say. That's the only thing I'll miss, flowers. Maggie says it would be perfect if the guys brought the flowers anyway. But it was still a non-date party. I say, why not just have them bring the flowers, then go home? Soon we're laughing a lot, but Brendan's looking lost and uncomfortable, so Maggie starts asking him questions. Where did you live, etc. I, the big mouth, end up answering some of them. I know I already read this, but I'm reading it again because it's been a second. For me anyway. And I wasn't really paying attention the first time. Brendan lets me. He doesn't say much at all. He never likes to talk about himself or his family, just music. But the boy still needs to loosen up, and book. We'll work on him. Language arts. The Maggie morph continues. Maggie, oh no, it's Animorphs, but Maggie. Sunkiss Zero Sugar. I do recommend for your non-sugar orange needs. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I love juice, but I'm like always trying to watch. Like lately I've been watching my sugars and I'm just like, please tell me it's natural juice or not zero sugar or something like that. Before class, you can mistake her for Cece. So did you see how Brendan was looking at you in lunch? How disappointed he was when we were dissing date parties. How he laughed at all your jokes. How he couldn't keep his eyes off you, etc., etc. Part of me is thinking Dr. Fuentes is a genius, but prefers the quiet Maggie. Frankly, with everything that's on my mind, I'm in no mood for hints and gossip. Do you think I care about stuff like that? I say. I have enough to worry about. Maggie acts as if I'd slapped her. I understand. I'm really sorry, Amalia. Sorry for what? For being part of enough to worry about. I didn't mean it that way. But it's true, Amalia. You've been the best friend, but you have to think of yourself now. You can't give up your own... Oh my god, honey, the handwriting. Your handwriting is so good up here. I know it's a tiny little bubble, but still. Your life to help your friends with their problems. Aren't bad. Can't drink juice anymore. Way too much sugar. So much sugar. They taste yucky. Sugar-free sodas. It depends on the soda, I guess. Headache. Oh, I hate it. Ooh, that sounds awful. All right. Maggie says this, end book. Maggie. And you know what? She's right. She says she needs to not make her friends' problems her problems. She needs to think about herself. 10:10. Ooh, make a wish again. Bash day. It's here. We're in the gym. Home. 6:19 p.m. Okay. Deep breaths. Approximately 11 minutes before I have to go back to school. Excuse excuse me. The equipment fits. Yeah. Yee. It's a little cramped, but we'll live. Everybody's home changing. Wearing my black scoop back spandex dress. I want to show dust and dirt. Won't show dust and dirt. Show starts at 8. Have to be there by 7 at the latest. Guess where Mr. and Mrs. Chavez take us to dinner after setup. Mexican kitchen. Wrong kind of food for a nervous stomach. They invite Ducky and Dawn because they've helped us and have been big fans. Ducky can't go. Doesn't say why. Justin sits at a table near a restaurant door. He's smiling at Maggie, but she doesn't see him and sits at next table. I think she is ignoring him on purpose. Who knows? I sit with her and notice vegetarian section of menu. Light meals for light appetites, but Maggie just orders green salad and a bottled water. And when it comes, she barely eats any. And I'm thinking, oh no. Everyone's talking at once, making toasts, laughing. Bruce is wild, singing, shouting, "We're kings of the world!" Patty announces that the homecoming bash is due to one person only, Amalia Vargas, and everyone stands and cheers, but I'm still concerned about Maggie. She's getting worse. Why won't she eat? She needs to. I can't have her passing out on stage. I want to say something, but I don't want to upset her. Not today. She gives me a look. Are you okay? Fine. She leans over and whispers, Amalia, I know what you're thinking. Relax. This time it is nerves, okay? I just don't want my dinner to end up on the risers. She's smiling. I believe her. I have to stop worrying. Okay. Time to go. End book, this is it. Maggie morph. Hair on my head explodes into a billow of silky blonde locks and ankles streaked. Oh no, poor Maggie. There's a superhero called... Oh no. Oh, hi Perry, are you back? I have 0 real juice. Thoughtlessly making decisions. Oh, I've been there. It's like, but this is supposed to be healthy. Hi, Perry. Say hello. Say hello. Don't. Saturday, 10:10, late. I'm numb and book, exhausted, but I can't sleep. I'm afraid of sleep. I may wake up tomorrow to find it was a dream and I'll have to do it all over again. And if I do, it won't turn out the same. It couldn't possibly. So it's you and me, and book, until dawn if necessary. Dawn is never necessary, let's be real. Then, if it's a dream, I'll have it on paper so I can read it again and again and know how it felt. It starts out horrible. We get to the gym and I'm a wreck. Christina McDonald tells us that the cheerleaders have moved their practice into the auditorium. That's the good news. Things go downhill from there. New picture. It's a 2-page spread. It's a very nice picture. Yes, Perry, it's a very nice picture. All right. You're hogging all the outlets, somebody says. Amalia! Somebody else is putting up lights. The drummer is dodging basketballs. There's a dog running around. I'm ready to call it quits and head home. Meanwhile, kids are starting to arrive. Are they supposed to be here? No. Are my door people telling them they should wait till 8 o'clock? No. Christina is stepping in now. Both of us are running around solving... Perry! God, Perry. Whoop, Perry. This is not the Perry show. You yeeted the kittens. My mom was big into having us all drink the V8 tomato juice, which I absolutely hate. I'm ready to call it quits and head home. Meanwhile, kids are starting to arrive. Are they supposed to be here? Blah, 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 blah. Christina is stepping in now. Both of us are running around solving problems, signing papers, giving orders, bossing kids around. Out, out, I'm shouting. Herding kids away like cattle. No one's listening. My fuse is burning short. I'm about to say things I wouldn't write in your clean pages handbook. I love Amalia. And then the crowd opens up and he's standing there smiling. It's a direct smile, open, not off to the side, not shy. Ah, she's not into those e-boy crooked smiles, huh? And it changes him. Then I notice the outfit, a gorgeous dark patterned shirt and baggy black pants. Hardly any of the other guys have dressed up for this party. Brendan has, and he looks totally cool, but my eyes fix on a flower he's holding. Aw, a long-stemmed rose. Now, roses are boring, but I've never seen a color like this. A kind of peach with hints of red and pink and amber. It's stunning. I know I'm supposed to shoo him out, but I can't. Nice, I say. Then I see the rose coming closer, and I realize he's giving it to me. For you, he says. Bless him. V8 should be used to torture people into telling the truth. Oh, it might be good for waterboarding with V8. Perry! What in the world are you doing, Perry? What are you doing? There we go. Ah! Perry. You can literally be anywhere, but on the computer. Ah, give me my cats back. There we go. What are you, jealous of the kittens, Perry? He's making his move. Aw, shit. Yup. I'm the kitten. Perry says, I am the only cat on Emergency Kitten Stream. Yeah, V8 does have tomato juices and things. That's been around forever, but I don't like it. Like, I like tomato. I just don't like drinking tomato juice, you know? Oh, God. No, no death yet. No death yet, Paulo. We haven't really heard from Sunny at all. She was just briefly on one page, and not even a full page, and that was it. Always making me drink fruit and vegetable blend because it was healthier than just fruit juice, but it was so gross. Oh, yeah. Yeah, my mom homeschooled us. She was like, you gotta be healthy. He remembered what I said at lunch yesterday about flowers. I'm speechless. People are now stampeding into the gym. Christina's running around doing all the work herself. Vanish is warming up fiercely. I know I have to be in a million other places, but all I see is the rose and the smile. That's right, you're taking a moment for you. A lot of diets, and we kind of had to diet with her. Yeah. I did, like, Atkins when I was pretty young, so, you know, kids end up dieting with the parents. Like, they didn't put us on Atkins, obviously, but, like, because they were eating for Atkins, then we were all kind of eating for Atkins. But all I see is that is the rose and the smile, and they're both so beautiful, and I'm thinking, what does this mean? But I know what it means. It's obvious, and I realize everyone else has known it all along. And why haven't I seen it in him before? There may be something there that wasn't there before. Sorry. And it's all so strange and confusing and exciting. I can't think of a word to say, so I just look at him. End book, it's like I'm seeing someone new, someone I've never met. I'm thinking, Brendan? Brendan? What now? If I take the rose, does that make me his date? I think, is this going to be like the ankle bracelet? Oh, I forgot. Oh, James gave me, like, once I wear it, I become his property? No, Brendan just is not James. Brendan is sweet. But James was sweet when I first met him, too. Yeah, this is summing up trust issues pretty well. Amalia! Rico's voice shocks me into reality. I have a concert to run. I have to go, I say. I turn and race toward the band. I feel the blood rushing to my face. Where's Maggie? Bruce is shouting. Maggie. Maggie should be at the keyboard, but her seat is empty. Patty is near the door, pointing into the hallway. I'm out there. Excuse me. I'm out there in a second. Room 134 is open. Our dressing room. Maggie's inside, staring into the mirror. She's plastered her face with a pale shade of pancake. When I'm closer, I realize she doesn't have any makeup on. That's the color of her skin. What's up? I'm trying to sound loose and calm, but my voice is tight and edgy. She says, there's an illustration here. She says, I can't, my voice is gone. My hair's dry. I look disgusting. There are too many people. Please just do instrumentals. No, this is not happening. Maggie is a wreck. I try to give her a shoulder rub. I tell her she's going to be great, but she's stiff and silent, which makes me panic. That's all she needs. A frantic manager pummeling her shoulders. When I was in my old church, they did this thing where they would like, oh, hi, Hopi Joy, welcome. We are reading the end of Amalia, California Diaries, number 9, Amalia of Diary 2. Trust issues in real life. Damn, I'm seeing my history. Yep. In a healthy household used to hide in the pantry eating handfuls of chocolate chips. What? Did we have the same childhood? Oh my god, I thought I was the only person that ever did that. Yes, I did that. Heavy sweet baking chips were my candy. I'll still eat them. You're Baptist, right? You have, like, Baptist. So, we were non-denominational, which basically just means Baptist, but they're trying for this cooler, younger, funkier feel, and it never comes across that way. In my old church, what I was saying though, when she said the back rub, you did that too. Okay, so we're all not alone. We have this in common. At church, if anybody went to like a Protestant church, you might know that the pastor was always trying to do these like little awkward icebreakers to like get people to know each other better, and it never worked out the way that he wanted. And one time he was just like, all right, everybody turn to your neighbor on your left and give him a shoulder rub. And now to the right. And it's just like, there are people that I don't know touching me. I don't want to touch other people that I don't know. So, yeah, you know, we can maybe not do that. So, yeah. My church was weird. Why? Oh my god. Right? That's what I was thinking. Why? Oh my god. I also joke that I could have invented Bluetooth if I had the know-how, because when I was like 10, I'd sit in, because I wasn't allowed to go to the kids' services yet. I had to go to the adult services, which were super boring for a 10-year-old when they're doing like a 6-week course on marriage. And I'm just sitting there, and I always was like, I had my iPod, or actually, it was never a branded iPod. It was like a little MP3 mini. It was pink. It was a little pink Razor mini. And I always was just like, I want to be able to listen to my music while instead, but like they'll see the wires. But if I had these little earpieces that could just go in and I could cover my hair, they'd never know. I mean, like, we shake hands with people during Catholic Mass, like the part where the priest says, may the peace of the Lord be with you. And then for some reason we all say, that to each other and shake. I always fell asleep in church. We did the handshake too. It really depended on who was doing the announcements that day, because I will take it back. It wasn't the pastor who was like, give everybody a shoulder rub. It's whoever's doing the announcements, and there's different people that do the announcements. So sometimes you get the just shake hands guy. Sometimes it's like, turn to your neighbor and tell them your favorite kind of salad dressing. And then sometimes it's like, turn to your neighbor, give them a shoulder rub. It's just like, why? Why though? I don't want to do that. Where was I? I let go of Easy Vargas, I say to myself. You're supposed to be the calm one. I let go of her poor back. I count to 10, and then I sit down next to her. She's staring at me. She looks like she's about to cry. Amalia, I can't do this. I'm searching my brain for the right thing to say, trying to remember pearls of wisdom from Dr. Fuentes, anything that might work. And then I remember one thing that did, something that Justin had said. I tell her to let the music take control. She turns away. She's in some other, a little bumper stickery, but they're 13. She's doing her best. She turns away. She's in some other world. I don't know if she's even heard me. Outside, the band's warm-up has stopped. We hear Christina's voice over the gym loudspeaker. She's quieting the crowd. Rico peeks into the room and asks if if everything's okay. Girls only, I snap. Now Christina is thanking her committees, the teachers, the administration. I'd like to thank the academy. We're starting, I say to Maggie. She stands and walks toward the door. She looks so fragile, I almost want to pull her back, but the rest of the band is waiting outside, and they're applauding her and chanting, Maggie, Maggie, Maggie. I'm right behind her as we walk into the gymnasium. From where? Why would you spend the time after all these pages to write out gymnasium? Just write gym. I'm not judging, but oof, I'd be having carpal tunnel issues by now. From where we're standing in the doorway, we can see Christina's back and not much else. The crowd is hidden by the risers and the equipment. And now, what you've all been waiting for, Christina announces, Vista's very own Vanish! Yeah! Bruce shouts, leaping onto the platform. Patty follows him, raising her drumsticks high. Rico's next. The crowd is hollering. Soon, Patty's beating out the tempo for This Is War. Bruce attacks the bass line. Knock 'em dead, I say to Maggie, but she's frozen in place. She won't move. I hated shaking people's hands in church. I just started giving peace signs instead. Fist bumps. My mom would do fist bumps because my mom is a huge germaphobe, and she was like, I'm not shaking some random person's hand. Oh, it was a Portuguese speaking church. That's cool. Portuguese immigrant families. That's cool. Where my mom was born in, Rhode Island, there's a lot of Irish immigrants and there's a lot of Portuguese immigrants, or so I'm told. But here in Georgia, we don't really have that. We just have a lot of WASP moms. How to find a Catholic at a con? Say, may the force be with you. And someone replies, and also with you. These were the worst because they always started at 8 in the morning. Oof. Yes, a lot of Portuguese people in Rhode Island. I think Irish people are more in like the Boston area, but Boston, Rhode Island, I kind of think is like one area. Like Dr. Doofenshmirtz, the tri-state area. Okay. I really, I kind of, how e-girls try to get that like very like red blushy look? I kind of have it by accident because of it's what I call hay fever look. I literally have to stop myself from saying that. Congregation will bump elbows, a replacement for shaking hands because of COVID. When someone comes down from doing a reading or something. Oh, that's cute. I'd fall asleep standing, and my grandmother would dig her nails into my arm. Oh, no. It's always older men for some reason. The Irish are all over too. Same with the Italians. Yeah, there's a lot of diverging cultures up there. I think it's really cool. I've been back to visit Boston once and Maine a few times, and yeah, it's pretty up there. Grandmothers at mass were always so mean. I would see them reach over and pinch their kids if they squirmed too much or made noise. We knew in no uncertain terms, not because of my grandmother, because just my parents would be like, do not make a fuss in the middle of service. When you see something super creepy, yep. We never did, because we weren't Catholic, so we didn't do the cross blessing, but I will still like just say a very generic default prayer to this day sometimes when I see something super creepy, and I'm just like, that's literally just muscle memory at this point. All right. It's as if this week never happened. The sensational rehearsals, the incredible singing down the toilet. She's forgotten them. Go! I practically push her through the door. Rico pulls Maggie up onto the platform. I hear a swell of cheering. My heart is beating so hard. I think it's going to come loose. Oh no, that sounds like a medical condition. Maggie sits at the keyboard. She misses her entrance. Now I'm dying. Rico is smiling patiently. Bruce is in his own world. They're vamping now, waiting for her. Then Maggie's fingers strike the keyboard, the opening chord, and she starts singing. She sounds tense, unsure, but she's doing it. She's there. I sneak around the side of the platform. Now I can see the crowd. A group has gathered in front of the band. The Vanish groupies. Some kids are dancing in small clumps, but most everyone's at the food table. Maggie's starting to look sick. I move in closer. I elbow my way past the groups. Then her eyes slowly close. She's passing out. Panic! I begin to vault onto the risers, but I stop myself. I realize she's not sick. She's just feeling the music. She's singing with strength, passion. I take deep breaths. I try to enjoy this. She's learning what a manager does really quick, just always hyperventilating. The next song is even better. By Hey Down There, Maggie is her old self again. She's rocking by the time they do Friday Night Blues. Me, I'm screaming, dancing with myself. Then Rico calls, Fallen Angel! Dumb choice, I'm thinking. The crowd is worked up. You're supposed to give them another up-tempo tune, not a soft ballad. I've trained them to do this. But who am I, Endbook? Just the manager. The song begins, and I can feel the energy in the gym start to dip. Kids are drifting away, talking and laughing. In the corner of the gym, Christina is dimming the lights, trying to create a mood. Good luck, I think. Then I hear Maggie's voice. Down to earth, feet on the ground, I look straight ahead. Don't turn around. In all I do, I'm here for you. I'm your fallen angel. But my jaw is dropping open. Maggie doesn't sound good. She sounds phenomenal. Her voice is soft but intense. It's as if she's making the song up on the spot out of her own emotions. Uh-oh. Nope. Surrounding the words with her soul. I'm so caught up I almost don't notice what's happening around me. Chattering and laughing have dwindled away, and the food tables, people are turning to face the band. At the food tables, people are turning to face the band, to face Maggie. Now some couples are pairing off. They're slow dancing. I suddenly realize I've been clutching Brendan's rose this whole time. I look around for him, but he's nowhere. Oh, Brendan. Which makes sense. I figure he's gone home, or maybe he's found another girl, someone who didn't run away from him. I realize I shouldn't have taken the rose. He could have given it to her. Oh well, soon the band is playing Hey Down There with the new reggae beat, then slow down. When Maggie sings Dust Off Your Heart, take it off the shelf, and don't forget to love yourself. I'm all choked up. She's singing about herself, Endbook, and if I'm not mistaken, she's believing it. For the last two numbers, Rico calls for the rockers. No retreat, and just in time. The mood change is amazing. Everyone's going wild. When the set is over, the place explodes. Cheers, screams, stomping on the floor. I'm ecstatic. Um, Laughing and crying at the same time. Someone behind me starts calling out Maggie's name. It spreads through the whole gym until the rhythm of the stomps matches the rhythms of the chant. Maggie looks flabbergasted, dazed. She's still sitting at the keyboard. Justin is calling out to her, "Take a bow!" This is her Camp Rock moment, guys. That's the song. Kokski, I'm your whole angel. Hey, I'm Jerry. Gothic vampire fiction. That's true. That's true. Not every Vatican. The Vatican is probably very Gothic too, but every Mass, Catholic Church, what have you, very, very Gothic. Just there for the gossip shit. If they know what the priest is saying, they can't wait to talk shit about Georgia outside. Oh, I think that's all grannies at church. I think that's the number one draw for grannies at church. What are you giving up for Lent? Me, religion. Yeah. The sweetest gossip side. My grandma was there too, so they got along. Oh. Tell me to cross myself just in case. Oh yeah. Yep, because it's like you don't want to take your chances with the afterlife. Excuse me. In our churches, we didn't have like cool Gothic architecture. We just had like coffee shops. Stop sneezing. I'm not wearing masks. Well, sorry, Kokski, because it's allergy season here in Georgia. So which by the way, if this is strictly just allergies, I've never had worse allergies in my life. She hears him and stands up. Then she does this prim little curtsy that Ms. Knudsen must have taught her to use after piano recitals. It's totally wrong, but the crowd doesn't care. They're roaring for her. Maggie is beaming now, soaking it up, waving. When she steps off the platform, I throw my arms around her. End book, I am so proud. Was I okay? Is the first thing she asks. I burst out laughing. Can't you tell? She smiles, I guess. Let's give it up for Vanish, shouts the DJ who already is spinning tunes. Bruce, Patty, and Rico are leaping off the platform now. It's pure pandemonium. Here it is. Vanish, vanish, vanish. It's the gym, and it's all like hopping off the ground with excitement. Then from behind me, I hear Christina calling out, "Congratulations!" I turn. I'm about to thank her, but I notice she's looking at my right hand. What's that? She asks. The rose. It's bent now, but still beautiful. I tell her somebody gave it to me. Lucky, she says with this big knowing smile. I wish someone would give me a rose like that. For a moment, I feel about 9 feet tall. I mean, not long ago, I'm feeling like the lowest form of life in Vista, and now the most popular girl in school is jealous of me. Doing a curtsy is actually iconic, I think. I think it's iconic, too. Shows the duality of her personality. As she moves on to congratulate Maggie, I realize something. I have to see Brendan to thank him, to apologize and explain, because Christina is right. I am lucky. Very lucky. I run over to the food table, but he's not there. God. I circle around the gym. No, Brendan. I look into every group of kids. My stomach is sinking, and I'm realizing I have blown it, and I'm a complete fool when I spot a couple dancing in the corner. I've been introduced to the girl. I think her name is Cheryl. The guy she's with is James. Ooh, after all this time, all the notes and weird behavior, he's finally found somebody else. I'm relieved. I'm also horrified. Cheryl doesn't deserve treatment. The treatment I got. Cheryl doesn't deserve the treatment I got. I wanted to run to her, warn her away, but I know how James would react to that. I figure I'll catch her alone sometime. James swings around. He's facing my direction. I duck away so he won't see me. A nearby exit door is open, so I slip outside. I'm about to walk past a guy sitting on the bottom step, but I stop short. It's Brendan. My breath catches. He doesn't notice me. He's looking off towards the pond, lost in his own world. His face is glum. He's mad at me. I hold the rose behind my back. Hey, I call out. He turns. He springs to his feet. Nice night, he says. Bless him. He's a little golden retriever. He doesn't look... he's smiling. He doesn't look angry at all. I'm so grateful and relieved. I don't know what to say, so I just start babbling. All right, we've got a very long page panel. Thanks for the rose. I'm so sorry I walked away. Maggie, the lead singer, she was having stage fright and I had to rescue her, so I was totally distracted. No problem. Oh boy, we have a very big... these are... if I was in a cartoon, this would be my speech bubbles, too. I know I let Vanish take over my life, but it was so hard adjusting to Vista, and I met this girl who had a brother named James who was in the group, and I joined as manager, and then he totally freaked out, and we broke up, and he got kicked out, so I felt guilty about it, like I caused it, and thought I hated guys in general. Meanwhile, a friend of mine has been going through this terrible problem, which hasn't helped my mood, so I know that I've been kind of cold to you all along, and I didn't mean to. Shh, it's okay, really. Really? I'm sorry, Amalia. I shouldn't have surprised you with that rose. I mean, you were busy. I should have waited. Shh. Shh. It's okay, really? Really? We both start laughing, and I realize this is the one thing James and I never did. Laugh at each other. Laugh with each other. Laugh, period. Maybe that was our problem. James's was now. James's was now. I love that for her. Brendan is all. In the green blue of his eyes, I see sky and water, no limits, no places to hide. I see myself in there too, me, not an idea of a girlfriend, not some trophy to make him look good. It's thrilling, end book. Still, I'm frightened. I mean, the sky is dangerous, so's the water. I don't know what I'm heading into. All I know is that I trust him, end book. Maybe it's stupid, but I feel I've known him my whole life, and that makes him worth a try, doesn't it? Anyway, all this is running through my head, and I hardly notice... last page? Ooh, next last page. Oh, and there's a thing in the back. If you or someone you know might have an eating disorder, or if you want to know more about eating disorders and how you can deal with them, following organizations provide valuable help. Interesting. I'm glad that they did. I'm glad that they put that in there. Oh, this poor girl. I know. They're both so sweet. This is another reason to tell an adult. Girl just yell, Cheryl, run! Oh, the current girlfriend is never gonna listen to the ex-girlfriend. She's just gonna think she's jealous. Especially because the story that she's probably heard about her from him is not good. Nah, James is just toxic, baby. Yep. Yeet James into orbit. Running through my head, and I hardly notice a slow love song has begun. Brendan has taken my hand. He asked if I want to dance. I say yes. We walk back into the gym. Brendan puts his arm around me. I don't really know how to slow dance. When he steps on my foot, I realize he doesn't either. Oh, that's okay. We begin to rock gently to the beat, making sure to keep our feet to ourselves. Nearby, James is dancing with Cheryl. I spot Maggie. She's at the food table talking to Justin. Just beyond them, Rico and Christina are in a deep conversation. Ooh, Rico and Christina, ship it. Brandon suddenly, I don't know that they've even spent any time together. I just like people being happy. I realize I'm hang on. Brendan suddenly asks if I'm feeling all right. I realize I'm distracted, as usual, thinking about other people's happiness instead of my own. It's true, this whole book has been her trying to help Maggie. It's been more about Maggie than Amalia, because that's the point. I put my head on Brennan's shoulder. I can hear the soft beat of his heart. We're swaying now. I'm not sure if we're in rhythm to the music, but it doesn't matter. This is my happiness. This is my music. Our music. No matter what our feet are doing, Brendan and I are in perfect sync. I check on Maggie one more time, and Rico and Patty and Bruce, just to make sure they're okay, and then I close my eyes and know that I'm in good hands. It's 2 a.m. That's it, notebook. End book. That's life. To be continued. That is the end. That was cute! That's how you write coming-of-age romance without making it weird! That was cute! That was a cute little age-appropriate romance for 13-year-olds. Yeah, my abusive ex told all kinds of lies about me to his next partner. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. Fuck the CW. Sure, but why specifically? Am I actually crying again? Jesus Christ. I'm such a... Yeah, yeah. Because what happens is if you're the guy you're dating has an ex, right? Or the guy you're talking to or in a situationship or whatever has an ex who's close enough to you to be like, girl, run. He's gonna tell you, like, oh, she's just this crazy, jealous ex and she wants me back, and that's why she's telling you all these things. And then you're gonna believe him because you think he's cute, and you don't want to believe the worst in him. To ourselves is adorable. That is adorable. Before I get triggered about past relationships, I'm gonna go, good night, Paulo. I'm gonna go too. Thank you guys for sitting here with me while I blow my brains out of my nasal cavity, apparently. Thank you for hanging out with me and letting me stream to you guys and giving me a good distraction from just feeling generally crappy. But I will see you tomorrow. Daniel and I will have Animorphs 6 tomorrow. That is 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard. Now I feel like I'm an announcer for Disney Channel. But thank you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Bye.